leaves his family, his wife and children already seated in front. I see the Premier of the Eastern Cape has also already arrived. Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa is expected to arrive as well shortly. He is the one who is going to deliver the eulogy to Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile. Earlier it was indicated that President Zuma is going to be here, but the plan has changed. President Zuma is now in Nairobi, Kenya, on an official visit there, attending a summit. And now we're going to have the Deputy President of our Republic, Cyril Ramaphosa, to do the eulogy. My colleague Iviwa on the other side has got a guest to talk to. Over to you, Iviwa.
Thank you, Tammy. And now we're going to speak to the Deputy Minister, Utata Ubekitele. Tata, tell us, today is really filled. People are celebrating the life of Stof. What can you say people can take from, the considerable amount that he then gave back to South Africa to ensure that we have a better country and a society that's together?
Well, for sure, you can't mourn. There is no way that we can mourn today. That's why we're celebrating. Though South Africa is much poorer today, the world is poorer, minus Stof, but the path that he has walked before is a path that all the people of South Africa, in particular the African national skaters, will have to follow in his footsteps. If half of us we can be like Stof, South Africa will be a much, much better country.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. We won't keep you too long. Well, that's the Deputy Minister saying we can take a lot from what Stof gave to South Africa as a leader, not only a leader in terms of politics, but in the learned educational side as well as the church. But for now, it's back to you guys in studio in Johannesburg.
Well, as you can see, this is the comprehensive coverage we are giving you here today of the funeral, and we're going to be going...
What about 2? How's 2 doing? How's Mike 2 doing? Okay, shall I give him Mike 2 first? Yeah, I'm going there quickly, so I'm just going to give him Mike 2, eh?
Standing by. We have a guest. Standing by. Yes. All right, well, we are still, there's quite a number of people that are coming in. We are still down here at the Forte hall where we are standing right now. There's a lot of singing from the choir. People are celebrating the life of Stof. I don't know if you can see behind me, but people are feeling very joyful today, not here to mourn necessarily, but to celebrate the life of an iconic hero that we have, that has come out of the Eastern Cape once again, that is a South African leader. But, Stof was amazing. He was he's said to be an amazing leader that gave a lot of his life to South Africa. But let's see what Tam is doing upstairs.
Well, the program is scheduled to start exactly at 9 o'clock. It's a very tight program, 3-hour program from 9 to 12. And we've been advised that they're going to be very strict with time, even though it's a very packed program with quite a lot of speakers. If I can tell you just a few ones that we have seen on the program, if the program is not going to change. We have a tribute that will be done by the family friend of the Stofiles, Mr. Sipho Pityana. We also expect a tribute on behalf of the sporting fraternity from the Minister of Sport himself, Mr. Fikile Mbalula. Is also on the program. Is likely to dwell much on the role that Stof has played in the transformation of sport in this country, the role that he has played way back during the apartheid times when they were fighting for black people to have a place in the sporting codes of this country. He's expected to deal very much about that background, the foundation that was laid by Abo Brastov in terms of transforming sports in this country. We're also going to have a tribute from United Democratic Front member at the time, the UDF member, Trevor Manuel. Mr. Trevor Manuel is going to be here as well. He's likely to deal much with that period of the UDF. As you know that Makhenkesi Stofile was a key member of the United Democratic Front. He was an NEC member of the UDF in the 80s. He also played a big role in establishing the branches of the UDF here in the Eastern Cape, especially in the border region. The role that they played really in the underground of the ANC. Mr. Trevor Manuel is expected to deal with that part very emphatically. And after that, we're going to have a tribute from the former Deputy President of our Republic. That's Mr. Kgalema Motlanthe. Is also expected to be here as well, to have a word on the role that Mr. Stofile played in the ANC in particular, as in various capacities that he has led, including being in Parliament, as a member of the Cabinet, leading the province of the Eastern Cape, different roles that he played politically. We expect that he's going to deal with that. The Premier of this province, Mr. Phumulo Masualle, is also in the program. He's got a specific job to deal with the foundations that Brastov laid as the Premier of the Eastern Cape. You remember that Stofile was once the Premier of this province, and he did quite a lot of work in setting up the foundations and building infrastructure in the province, and the difficulties that he met while he was leading the province. And Mr. Phumulo Masualle, the current Premier of this province, is expected to touch on those. And then the big one is actually by Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa. We now see the coffin arriving, the moment that we've all been waiting for. This is indeed a very sad day today, as the late Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile enters the sports complex in a coffin wrapped with the national flag. The pallbearers being the military officials of our National Defense Force, with this being a state funeral, an honor that he has been accorded for the role that he has played in the liberation of this country, in the development and reconstruction of this country. And immediately when the coffin gets inside the complex, the proceedings are expected to get underway. The sporting fraternity, if you look inside this complex, we've seen so many familiar faces, people who have been struggling with Brastov in the field of trying to transform the sports sector in our country. Lots of them are here, some of them administrators, some of them former players. They are now in this auditorium to pay their last respects to Brastov, as he was affectionately known. The audience now has been asked to rise to welcome the coffin of Umfundisi Makhenkesi Arnold Stofile. Stofile died last week, Monday, at his home here in Alice after a short illness. It's been a hectic week for the family. In fact, it's been a hectic 2 weeks for the family since his passing. A lot of people who have been coming to their home to comfort them, from ministers, from politicians, religious leaders, sporting fraternity, ordinary people, all of them visiting the home of the late Stofile to pay their respects. It's silence in the auditorium. The body of Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile is being led to the front of this auditorium. Umzuzu onzima, umzuzu obuhlungu kwikhaya lakaStofile. Umzimba wentsika yela khaya ungena kweli holo kokugqibela bezokuvalelisa, bezokuthi siyakumkhulula alale ngoxolo. Balapha abantwana bakhe, zilapha izizalwane, balapha nabahlobo bakhe. Inhloko zithokombisile kulo mzuzu wokugqibela, belungiselela ukuyokumbeka kwikhaya lakhe lokugqibela. Umfundisi uMakhenkesi Stofile osweleke ngomvulo kwiveki ephelileyo, iminyaka ngama-72 iqala kumzabalazo. We welcome our viewers. We welcome our viewers to this broadcast from 404. We're coming to you live from Fort Hare University at the sports complex here. It's a sad day indeed, as the residents of this little town of Alice, friends, colleagues, comrades of the late Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile are gathered here with their heads bowed down as they pay their tribute for the very last time to the late Reverend Stofile. Yes, yes. If you got a guest, yeah. All right, the program is now about to begin here at the Sport Complex at Fort Hare University. The service of the late Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile is about to get underway. My colleague Iviwe Boti on the other side has got a guest there. Over to you, Iviwe.
Thank you, Tammy. Well, njengoba sesivile utata Makhenkesi Stofile ebeyinkokheli ibithandwa kakhulu luluntu. Makhe sive ke kumuntu ebesebenza phansi kolawulo lwakhe ngexesha yena eyinkulumbuso apha eMpuma Koloni. Sizawuthetha with umama uMandisa, who's going to tell us, what it was like serving under such a great man. Good morning, Mama, and how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Mama, can you tell us, in terms of, the type of leader utata was, what is it maybe that you can take home that you've learned mostly, especially at the time where he was the premier?
When Brastov was the premier here, it was a very crucial time at the moment because it was the time when our democracy was still at its infancy. And high on the agenda was the transformation of the state machinery, which was very crucial in this area because we had 3 administrations to take care of. He shows...
Sorry, Mama, just to disturb us a little because of the national anthem. Let's just stand by a little. All right, Mama, as you were saying before we had to stop for the national anthem, Utata Makhenkesi Stofile played a huge role in incorporating what we knew then as the Transkei, Ciskei and South African administration.
No, that is true. It was a very tough job to do, but he was very courageous. I take him as a very courageous leader because there was time when we had to build trust within the officials because they couldn't trust each other. They have not worked with each other before. So it was a very challenging time, but he was there and was bold and was behind everything. But also, I have taken him as one of the most important leaders that I have worked with, especially in terms of the time when we could not be recognized. Women were not recognized as political citizens and only as social citizens that we could be recognized. So when I started to be an MEC, it was very tough because people would not even, in those villages, would not even allow us to hold meetings. They say they won't listen to women then. So transformation in those times, it was very crucial and he was behind us. That helped us also to try and have the offices and the systems that would accommodate women also as political citizens and economic citizens for that matter. So he was behind everything and it made it easy for us to establish all those institutions that were going to back the gender mainstreaming in the departments. I really appreciated working with him, and also when he was a diplomat in Germany, I was also in Europe and Sweden. So he was one person that I would call and consult with in terms of looking at how do we approach certain areas of our job. So I had a good time with Brastov, and I take him as one of those stout leaders.
Well, there we have it. Utata Makhenkesi Stofile was definitely the premier from 1997 until 2004. But let's just hear a bit about the program upstairs from Tammy Dixon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Iviwe. The program is now underway. We can see Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa seated in front with the family there. He is going to deliver the eulogy for Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile. You would remember that earlier on, it was announced that President Jacob Zuma was going to be here, but that has been changed. He had to attend a commitment outside of our republic in Nairobi, Kenya, attending a summit there, and therefore Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa is here to deliver that eulogy.
218 Maculo Asehabe, 218 Apage, Digumami. pray. Masi Tandaze. Nkosi yam ulikhaya wena uthi isizukulwana ngesizukulwana. Kungekazalwa zintaba, ongekavelisi umhlaba nazo elimbiweyo, kususela maphakade kude kuse ephakadeni wena unguThixo. Sisondela phambi kwesihlalo sakho sobukhosi senceba and this moment in time as we give you all the glory and all the power and all the honor and all the dominion. You are worthy of our praise. Ingakumbi xa sidimana sizokuthi bye bye. Umfundisi uMakhenkesi Stofile. Siyabulela ngemisebenzi ayenzileyo nangobufundisi bakhe. Usibonisile ngaye imisebenzi yakho obufuna yenziwe eluntwini lasemzantsi nehlabathi liphela. It is for that reason that we begin to say, Jehovah Jireh, Jehovah Nisi, Jehovah Mkadesh. It is for that reason that we worship and glorify your name. Now we come before you. Sicela uthuthuzele umama uNambitha Stofile. Thuthuzele umama uMambamba. Uthuthuzele izihlobo nezalamani nehlabathi lonke liphela. We come before you. Sikubulela ngoYesu Kristu inkosi yethu. Eyasifanisa kunye sonke sithi,
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, whether on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive the trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, thy power, and thy glory forever and ever.
we invite the Reverend Qina and the Reverend Mkunga to come and read the scriptures for us. Xa sicula iculo 45, sikhangele ngobubele.
Dikhangele Our first scripture reading is found in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12, reading from verse 6 to 8. Isifundo sethu sokuqala sisifumana kwincwadi yentshumayeli, isahluko leshumi elinesibini, sifunde kususela kwivesi yesithandathu yakuma kwivesi yesibhozo. Ingekaqhawuki intambo yesilivere, lityumke iselwa legolide, uqhekeke umphanda emthonjeni, yaphuke ivili iwe equleni, lingekabuyeli emhlabeni uthuli, njengoko belunjalo, umoya ubuyele kuThixo owawunikayo. Eli lilizwi lenkosi, onendlebe zokuva makeve, banayola balivayo ilizwi lenkosi baligcine.
We read also from the book of Acts, Acts chapter 13, verses 36 and 37. For when David had served God's purpose in his own generation, he fell asleep. He was buried with his fathers, and his body decayed. But the one whom God raised from the dead did not decay. This is the word of the Lord.
Siyabulela, thank you so much. We'll now invite the Reverend P.P. Finga to come and address us on behalf of the Uniting Presbyterian Church in Southern Africa.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me show my respect to the Deputy President, to the former President, to the ministers, the moderator of our church, all protocol observed. I've been asked to say a few words of tribute on behalf of the church on this occasion. The Reverend Stofile was a minister of our church, but I'm alert to the fact that he was also a minister of all the churches. He confessed the Christian faith, but I'm also aware that the Reverend Stofile embraced and respected all the other faiths. I'm aware that he preached on our pulpit, but for the Reverend Stofile, the world was his pulpit. Whenever the people of God were in need, the Reverend Stofile took off his jacket, lay aside his clerical attire, and did what is necessary to help. That is why he found it necessary at the time when it was demanded of him to lay aside a very important position at this university where he was teaching theology. He put aside his own academic gown and took upon himself a prison uniform here at Klesi. because he was committed not only to the confession of the faith, but also to the practice of the faith. Reverend Stofile loved the church. But there were times when he loved the people even more than the church. I remember that the church at times was ashamed of him. That the church at times ostracized him. That the church at times denied him because of what he stood for and because of what he was known of in our country. But the Reverend Stofile continued to love the church. When he was released, I remember from the prison here at Plessy, on the first Sunday after his release, he went to Lovedale where he preached. I have seen the church at Lovedale full, but I've never seen it as full as it was on that Sunday. His text was, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, for he has anointed me to preach the good news to the poor. He has sent me to announce the release of the captives, the recovery of sight to the blind. He has sent me to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord." That church was filled to capacity, and normally Reverend Stofile, I knew him as a boring preacher, as a lousy preacher, with a voice that is monotonous, best suited for a university lecture hall than a pulpit. But that church, on that day, you could feel a pin drop. As men and women, boys and girls from these villages, KwaGqumashe, KwaNtselamanzi, KwaGaga, eKwakwa, all filled that church. And they were listening to a message that was speaking to their lives. They were listening to a gospel that spoke to their situation. Moderator, you have allocated me a very brief time, and I must bring this tribute to the end. And I want to say thank you on behalf of the church to this minister with a difference. He taught us a number of lessons. But one of the lessons that have stayed with me for all my life is that he taught us that as a church, we are not here in this world to be popular. He taught us that we are here to be principled. And he said, the day when we want to be popular and less principled and less able to speak the truth, we will be useless to this country and we will be useless to our God. When he rose in positions politically, I met him and I thought that he will change his message. He still told us that we are not politicians. We do not have to be voted for. So we don't have to be popular, we have to be principled. Even when he was premier, he still repeated that. Even when he was minister, he still repeated that. That the church is called upon to be principled. The church is called upon to speak the truth, even if that truth is not palatable at the time. We pay tribute to you, Son of Man. You were despised, you were rejected, a man of sorrow and acquainted with grief. But you served your God and you served the church with distinction. We salute you and we honor you.
Well done. Thank you so much. We now invite the Right Reverend Dr. Robert Muntale, the moderator of the General Assembly of the UPCSA, to give us the word, the sermon. Te deum laudamus. Siyakudumisa wena Thixo, siyakuvuma uyinkosi. Phama nayo mhlabelele.
His Excellency the Deputy President, honorable members of Parliament, ministers of both national and provincial, distinguished guests, the Stofile family that brings us here to mourn with them. I greet you all in the most profound and wonderful name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. South Africa today is mourning a leader, an ordained minister of the Uniting Presbyterian Church in Southern Africa, an academic in his own right. He has been here at the University of Fort Hare, and those who know Fort Hare is like Makerere. These are the African universities that have produced leaders that have seasoned the continent. A political stalwart, a diplomat, a family man, a socialite, a Christian of the faith that we profess. Indeed, the son of the soil of this great nation. And in his departure, God reminds us from his word. It has been said that if you want to hear something, hear from people with experience, people who are experts, people who have lived it, and when they tell it from experience. And the text we have read is ascribed to Solomon. And Solomon says these words, "Remember him before the silver cord is severed, before the golden bowl is broken, before the pitcher is shattered at the well, and the dust returns to the ground from where it came from. And the dust returns to God, the spirit returns to God who gave it." Meaningless, meaningless, says the preacher. Everything is meaningless. This is Solomon. Solomon had all what people look for in life. The Bible says to us that he had prestige, power, fame, wisdom. In fact, they say that botany and zoology and literature, he contributed immensely. 3,000 proverbs are ascribed to him. Wealth, he had it all. Gold and silver were plenty in his palace. And pleasure, my. 700 wives of royal blood and 300 concubines. This indeed is a man of experience. After moving in all these things, he concludes that everything is meaningless without God. If a person has no spiritual relationship, everything is empty. It's devoid. It is like chasing after wind. This is why today we come here to bid farewell to this hero of faith, this giant of faith. As we bid him farewell, we all know that his academic excellence, his socialization, he served people. He was a selfless person. In fact, people who talk about greatness, they tell us that greatness is not in the amassing and the grabbing of things, but greatness is living a selfless life, giving it out. In fact, the scripture teaches us that diakonia is service. Service for mankind can never be quantified. That is greatness at its best. Solomon experienced it all, and he tells us that if we move about without a relationship with the Lord, we will not find any meaning in this life. Today, however, as as we are sat here to bid farewell to this hero of faith, this leader of our people, this son of the soil, we are reminded of a story from the Greeks. They said there was a king who used to send his gallant men to go on seas to bring wealth to his land. But whenever he dispatched a batch to go, they never came back. Whenever he dispatched a batch to go, they never came back. One day he said, I will go to the seas myself. If there is a serpent that eats them, I will kill it. And he got on the ship, went on the waters. He didn't find a serpent. He found a passage in the mountains, and he followed the lead of that passage. Lo and behold, he found a beautiful garden. In that garden, fruit was appealing to the eyes and to the heart. In that garden, everything was beautiful. But one thing that he noticed, all the men that he sent, they were there. But they did not greet him, nor honor him. In fact, they were bumping him. He wondered what had happened. And so as he was moving in the gardens, he tried to pick one of the fruits. And somebody said, "Oh, king, don't do that. If you do that, you eat of that fruit, you'll be like your people." The problem of the fruit of this land is that when you pluck it and eat it, you forget where you came from, and you forget. And so he understood why his people were not greeting him. They were bumping into him. They had forgotten that he sent them. We have come on earth. Earth is that island. It has got so many things that attract the eyes and pulls the heart. And sometimes when the heart is pulled away, we forget we were created. We forget we have a maker. We forget we have a place to go to. And someday when it is all over, we will go back. That is why the preacher man who we send off today, the teacher who we send off today, he knew that there is a creator. Solomon teaches us today, do not forget your maker. Before death strikes, remember you were made in his image. From God we came, and to God we shall return. I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was a stranger, and you took care of me. I was sick, and you came to see me. I was in prison, and you gave me all. We have come out here, but never forget that we are going back to God. I have fought a good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. These are the words of the servant of God who we put to rest today. May God bless his word to our hearts, that we will not forget that we have a home to go to. When it is all over, we're going to the Creator. Remember, we were created, and we will go back when it is all over. But blessed are they that serve God's purpose in their time, that when it is over, they know they have served their generation, and he is alive. He has served his generation, and God calls him back to himself. Well done, faithful servant. Amen. Let us pray. We give you thanks, we give you praise. We know we are strangers and sojourners here on earth, And someday it is indeed we will have to go back to our Mecca. When it is all over, when it is all said and done, we know that you have prepared a way in Jesus the Christ, that if we believe in him, even though we die, yet shall we live. To you who was and who is to come, to your only wise God, from whom the families of the earth derive their name, to you alone we give glory, honor, dominion, and power. And thank you for such a great life that you gave us. And thank you that in your own wisdom you have taken him away from us. Amen.
Thank you very much, moderator. After him, I am not allowed to say anything. He is the big moderator, I'm the small moderator. Thank you so much. As I hand over to the two program directors, I want to say, those that are alive, close the eyes of the departed, but those that are departed, open the eyes of those that are alive. Listen now when your eyes are opened. Thank you.
Molweni Mampondo. Andicela into kuni ndiyanibulisa molweni Mampondo. Izolo elinye xa ndithe bhekeqe ndisihla ndisiya kwaThahle ndiva ilizwi lomntu ongutata lisithi mhlaba uyafihla mhlaba uhluthi. Ndathi ndakumbheka ke ndaka ndambona lo tata kwezi lali zikahesha ngephondo tatelali umjongile njengomuntu ongathathi intweni. Ndithe ndisaphulaphule loyo ndevile izwi likamama linkenteza uthi lo mama baphela abantu kwashiyeka inhlenge. Ndanga ndingasabela ndaphinda ndazinqanda hlezi uba lo mama athi kum uyilo pati yaloo nhlenge. Asifuna uxelelwa ke njengoba sizinhlenge nje nam ndikwanjalo. Uthi umfundisi uStofile ubethandwa ngabantu, yinyani leyo. Imfidi yabantu bimthanda umfundisi uStofile. Ikhona imbinani ebingafuni nokumbona. Sizathu besisinye inyani yakhe. Kuba inyani kamfundisi uStofile ibingekho situational. Ibe inyani namhlanje xa kukhubani ingabi yonyani ngomso. Kuyibiba inyani ngalo lonke ixesha. Siyayibulela loo nto mama uMambamba. Usizalele inkokheli enjalo, inkokheli enenyani. Andisosithethi. Masicele ngoku umkhwenyana kaThahla uSimphiwe azosenzela amagqabantshintshi ngobomi bomkhwe wakhe. IsaSimphiwe. Xa sizakwenza isishwankathelo ngobomi bale nkokheli sakuzicela imbongi khe zithi ram.
Well,
sorry. Mnqandeni bethuno kwangoku.
Bulela Bauches. Molweni. Makhenkesi Stofile, the son of Miriam Tozana and the late Simon Stofile, was born on the 27th of December 1944 on a farm in Adelaide in the Eastern Cape. He was the first of 7 boys. The Stofile family bore the brunt of land dispossession and the decimation of black indigenous farmers in the Winterberg, Kiskamahoek, and Paddy Belt that is well documented in Colin Bundy's work, The Rise and Fall of the African Peasantry. Growing up on a farm, he had a direct experience of farm worker exploitation under apartheid. It is these material conditions that were later reflected on his attitude towards the resolution of the land question. Notwithstanding the constraints of their financial position, the Stofile family, and especially Umambamba, attached particular significance to education. They saw education as an important mechanism for breaking the silence of the cycle of poverty. Driven by this understanding, the family sent their son to Port Elizabeth, where he studied at Newell High School. It was at Newell that he matriculated and demonstrated his prowess in sport and in the classroom. Determined to further his career, Stofile was undeterred by the constraints imposed by his family's circumstances. He took a break from his studies and worked as a machine operator at a textile factory in Port Elizabeth in 1965. This was an experience he valued throughout his life, as he would assert that it shaped his political consciousness and raised his awareness of the intersection between race and class oppression. He later enrolled at the University of Fort Hare, the bastion of African intellectualism. It is here that he obtained a Bachelor of Arts degree in 1971, followed by a Bachelor of Theology degree in 1974, a Bachelor of Theology Honors in 1975, and a Master's of Theology in 1979. He further obtained a Master of Arts from Princeton University in 1983. He was a lecturer in theology at this university and from 1973 to 1987, and later became a senior lecturer in the same discipline at the University of Transkei in 1991. He returned to Fort Hare as Director of Development and Public Relations from 1992 to 1994. And in the year 2000, the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University awarded him an honorary Doctor of Philosophy degree. At the time of his unfortunate passing, he was serving as the Chancellor at this university. Stofile used his presence at university campuses to effectively advance the liberation struggle on many fronts. In essence, he not only understood the connection between the students' struggles and broader societal challenges, but also actively promoted student participation in community struggles, and vice versa. This explains his early political activism that began when he joined the ANC prior to its banning, and his political involvement in his student days as part of the African Students Association. He was an avid sportsman, but his interest in sport went beyond the field of play to the politics of non-racial sport and administration. As a rugby player and later a coach and sports administrator, he added his voice to the clarion call by SACOS that there would be no normal sport in an abnormal society. His choice of rugby as a focal point was not accidental. It was based on his realization that most of the student leadership at Fort Hare were ardent followers of the sport. It is no coincidence that most of the political leadership of the time came from the rugby fold. These include, amongst others, Joe Chume, the former CEO of SARU, Zola Yeye, the former Springbok manager, Mvuyo Tom, the current Vice Chancellor and Rector at Fort Hare, and the late Dumsani Mafu, former chairman of the ANC in the Eastern Cape. He led the charge against the imposition of tribal rugby at Fort Hare, and as such participated in linking the senior rugby team with the non-racial rugby fold, and this included fixtures with progressive rugby unions such as Veru, the Victoria East Rugby Union, Kwaru, the KwaZakele Rugby Union, and Sedru, the Southeastern District Rugby Union. He not only confined his participation in the struggle for non-racialism in sport to university life, but broadened it to include the international mobilization against apartheid sport. In 1984, he helped prevent a planned South African tour by the All Blacks. Sport to him was both a site of struggle and an instrument of social cohesion. Following the ANC's Morogoro Conference resolution that more effort must be put into rebuilding the underground structures of the movement inside the country, he worked with a number of comrades in the re-establishment of the underground structures in the Eastern Cape. During the intense student struggles led by the Black Consciousness movement, he provided material, moral, and political support to activists who were being harassed by the regime. In the 80s, he was elected as the first secretary of the border region of the United Democratic Front, with Comrade Steve Tshwete serving as president. It is during this period that he and his family were subjected to constant harassment, including periodic detention by the Ciskei security establishment. Unfazed, he continued to struggle and raise the plight of the poor Black people and the need for freedom in our lifetime. He was eventually arrested and charged by the then Ciskei government for terrorism and furthering the aims of a banned organization. He was sentenced to 12 years in 1987. The intensification of mass mobilization, international isolation, and increased armed activities led to the release of political prisoners, including Stofile, in 1989. After the unbanning of the ANC in 1990, he was appointed to chair the Internal Leadership Corps in the border region, with the task of re-establishing the formal structures of the movement. In 1991, at the ANC's first National Elective Conference post its unbanning, he was elected into the National Executive. In 1994, he was elected Treasurer General of the ANC, as well as serving as Chief Whip in Parliament. The Treasurer General position was held until the 1997 Mafikeng Conference, under the leadership of the late Nelson Mandela. In the Eastern Cape Elective Conference of the ANC, he was elected chair, which meant he would step down as a Treasurer General. Stofile inherited the province of the ANC from the leadership of the late Dumisani Mafu, who excelled in the difficult task of integrating 3 regions of the Eastern Cape. His brief in taking over was to build from the solid foundation that had been laid by Comrade Mafu and his leadership collective. Specifically, Brastoff had to impart ideological depth into the structures of the movement and ensure that the province was coherent in its understanding of the tasks of the revolution. Stofile was also a great statesman. As the Premier of the Eastern Cape, from 1996 to 2004, he oversaw the establishment of an integrated provincial administration, amalgamating the systems of the Transkei, Ciskei, and the Cape Province administrations, complete with their different loyalties and political affiliations. This also involved addressing the hopelessly skewed, racially based per capita allocation for pupils and the imbalance in resource allocation between East and West. This he did with distinction, and by 2004 had built from nothing and chaos a working administration with a provincial growth and development strategy, functional systems, and delivery capacity. His term also saw the establishment of the new port of Ngquga, our 2 industrial development zones, and key road projects, including the Kai cuttings on the N2, the Kiskama Pass on the R72, and the Yugi Maclear Road, which unlocked the forestry sector growth and Steinhoff investment. The view was that the state needed strong partnerships with business, labor, and civil society, informed his idea of establishing the Eastern Cape Socioeconomic Consultative Council. In international circles, he's perhaps best known as the South African sports minister who quietly and efficiently led the hosting of our continent's first Soccer World Cup, a historic event that by all accounts exceeded all expectations. He spent his last years in active politics, posted as ambassador in Germany, steering our relations with Europe's most powerful nation in a most turbulent economic and geopolitical climate. Stofile and his wife Nambita were blessed with 3 children. Skhulule, his only son, passed away in 1999, a tragedy from which he never fully recovered. He is survived by Aunt Nambi, his 2 daughters Matahle and Sive, 2 grandchildren Zimele and Lima, his mother Mambamba, and 4 brothers. Lala ngoxolo, lala ngoxolo Tahle.
Thank you. Let us thank Simpiwe. It is not my intention to offend anybody. I do know that some people do not understand isiXhosa. But uThahlebi ngunolali. This man we are about here today was the man of Alice, was the man of Adelaide. He was interacting with the people coming from these villages. Some of them are not educated. And lack of education is neither a sin nor a crime. He mobilized them, he organized them. I-ANC lento yiyo nje nguThahle kuleyo thingingqi. Endichaswe ngaba bantu bezilali. Ndingahlupheka ke ngoku xa bezathi xa begoduka kuthiwa sivele emngcwabeni kaThahle. Aba bengezanga, they will ask, what were they saying? Hayi khange sive, bebekhumsha. I am not saying people should not use the language they are comfortable in, they must. But please don't prevent me from using this language which I know some of these people are comfortable in. Otherwise, sobe silale nguThahle uba kungeza abantu bezokuthi farewell kuye bemke bengayazi lento ibithethwa apha. Siyovana kuloo ndawo mos. Masovana. Uba sovani kanti izuyicela uxolo loo nto. You know? Hayi mandiyeke. uThahle, you know, I visited him in hospital in East London. I went there with Chief Gwadis. Got there, sancokola niliduna. Liyathetha ke kuthetha lona ngaphezu kwakho ngoku lilo eligulayo. Wathetha uThahle out of the blue. Thahle says, oh, izwe lakwethu liyopha. Sathetha ngamehlo nonkosi uGwadiso ukuba masingagxili kule nto. Because yabona apha ebusweni kuye ukuba iyamstressa le nto masigqithele phambili sithethe ngezinye izinto. That's how much uThahle loved the people of this country. Because the ANC, without the people, there is no ANC. Ebebathanda abantu belizwe bewuthanda umbutho wakhe wawusebenzela waphansi ufela. Emotionally, possibly, he died for it. He may not have died physically for the ANC, but emotionally he did. Choir, yaseForter, phakamisani inqununu yenu. Dr. Mvuyo Tom is going to deliver his address, and the Forte Choir will render an item.
Mhlali ngaphambili maniqale ndibulise kwifamily andandizubulisa wonke umuntu sincedakele ngosekela mphathiswa xa ebe-acknowledge wonke umuntu okhoyo apha. Ikhaya lakwaThahla izizalwane nezalamane oThahla odla ngamandla namabamba nabo bonke abasondeleyo enxebeni. Maniqale ngokuthi ngxe kuni kodwa ndithi ngxe kulo mzi xa uwonke kuba elinxeba ayilo lenu nodwa lelethu sonke. Xa ndivula le 5 minutes from 1969 to 2016 Thahla ufike eFort Hare ngo-1969 uphume eFort Hare ngo-2016. Ndizawuqala nje ngokuthi ngalamazwi ebethethwa ngumhlali ngaphambili ngokufunda isicatshulwana esifutshane esathethwa nguPresident O.R. Tambo ngo-1987, coincidentally the same month awangena ngayo etrongweni uThahla, almost to the day. On the 28th of May 1987, Oliver Reginald Tambo was delivering the Canon John Collins Memorial Lecture. Its title ye lecture yakhe yayisithi South Africa at the Crossroads. Ngoko ke njengobusitsho ilizwe lethu liyopha utshilo mhlali ngaphambili. Mandiyifunde nje le part because it summarizes this moment when one of us is departing. I quote O.R. Tambo, "As a people, we have lost a fellow combatant for justice and liberation, a dependable ally in the struggle to abolish the system of apartheid. Yet such was the durability of his good works that it was inevitable that they would outlast the short life that is given to all of us, and thus serve the memory of the man into a material force that will continue to transform the destinies of the living." Close quote. The year 2016 is supposed to be our centenary year, a year of joy, a year of happiness. But you'll forgive us for looking like schizophrenia at times, being sad, but at the same time, being happy. The joyful period, the epoch of celebration and elation, is united with its opposite as we go through various moments of sadness and depression. We were with Reverend Stofile on the 8th of February when we celebrated the centenary of this university. We were with him and he went up the mountain to light the centenary light of the University of Fort Hare. As we stood in that mountain and looked over Alice, when I look back now, it's as if Thahla was being shown Alice. Eboniswa le ndawo ebehlala kuyo, le ndawo ebeyikhathalele, le ndawo zogqibezela kuyo ubomi bakhe, ukuba nansi yakhe Thahla le ndawo isezawukhula, isezawudevelopa, isezawuba yi-university town. Kodwa wena uzabe ungekho ukuyibona xa lifika elo xesha. It was as if that was the moment for him. He was installed as the Chancellor of the University of Fort Hare on the 5th of May, following a pre-installation Chancellor's dinner in East London. On the 19th of May, he gave his input in the big debate that we had in East London, where we were charting the vision for the University of Fort Hare in the 2nd century of its existence. Our Chancellor implored us that we should never forget that Fort Hare is located amongst communities, and that whatever it does in teaching and research would be meaningless if it did not impact positively on the life of those communities. On the 20th of May 2016, he was with us as we celebrated the historic moment of the International Centenary celebration of the University of Fort Hare. This was his last official function at the university, as he welcomed the guest in that occasion. Between January and August 2016, many and illustrious alumnus of the University of Fort Hare passed on, and amongst them we can mention the following: Phyllis Ndandala, Goskazi ka AC Jordan, Umama Palo Jordan; Yoli Soul, our librarian; Amos Mdebuka, Simon Kubule, Dumisani Mafu, Jacob Siretlo, Mti Sipamla, and many other illustrious alumni of this university. This is the second chancellor we are losing in a space of 11 months. Last year, as we launched the preparations for the centenary year, we saw the passing of Judge Skweyiya in September 2015. That wound has not yet healed. I don't want to go to anecdotes about the life of Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile, our chancellor, but I want to go to the essence of what made his life, what made him be the man he was. In that way, I think we would serve the memory, as O.R. Tambo says, of the man into a material force that will continue to transform the destinies of the living. What is the DNA that made him be what he was? Albie Sachs usually quotes Oliver Tambo, but when he refers to the constitution of this country, he says if you were to do a paternity test on the constitution of this country, you would find the genetic material of Oliver Tambo. I want to venture into that area of genetics and say if you were to do a paternity test on Tata, and isho mambamba ubaga ngonyana wako, but the paternity test on the man who's lying here would show that the DNA he carried is the DNA of Oliver Tambo. He's the 5th chancellor after O.R. Tambo in this university, following the liberation of the University of Fort Hare. We had O.R. Tambo in the early 90s, we had Govan Beki following him, and then a short period with Dr. Danisa, followed by Judge Skweyiya, and ultimately by Makhenkesi Stofile. The genetic material will show that we have a fearless, courageous, humble revolutionary who showed his mettle as a student, an academic, a politician, an administrator, a man of the cloth, a ballroom dancer, and other roles so numerous to mention. The genetic material of integrity, excellence, perfected and practical idealism. Those who are Marxists will excuse that one. He was an idealist, and Tambo was, as he perfected and made practical his idealism. A man of faith, a man of commitment, a man with people orientation. He also read widely and sought the knowledge and skills that would prepare him for the roles he played. He demonstrated a combination of the true leadership qualities of foresight, insight, and oversight. As a student at Fort Hare, Brastov led us into non-racial sport in 1973. Yes, we came in here as young people and replaced all of them from the rugby team. And I want to contest the statement that was made by Mr. Sam, and I told him, Fort Hare in 1973 was one of the greatest rugby teams in South Africa. We played against provinces, Kwaru, Cedru, and others. And Osmat Sasbashiya Nqukwebe phaya bedlalela second team, becimba bangadlala no first team wase Fort Hare ngalo nyaka. Sabanika second team wababetha. In Tata, as an academic, one could see the manifestation and expression of the Tambo DNA as Brastov became the revolutionary intellectual. He identified, and I quote Gramsci here, he identified philosophy with history, with the act of thinking, an act in which truth and historical fact are united in a dialectical progression. A teacher, a nurturer, a developer of talent, a mentor, a scholar, through and through. One who never left ideas just to flow in space, but linked them to practical steps of what needed to be done. He knew very well that the oppressed and downtrodden need to have what Gramsci calls one or more intellectuals who should adhere to the oppressed people's program and its doctrine, and should merge with the poor and the vulnerable, becoming one with them and feeling to be an integral part of them. Ilendo ucheze beicho hapa. Ebe ngumntu oyaziyo ukuba akaphelelanga nje babe intellectual effort here. Kufanele adibane nabantu ekuhlaleni abe yipati ye-programs zabo ekutshintsheni ubomi babo. Xa ndigqibezela mhlali ngaphambili, his links with the University of Fort Hare never stopped when he was deployed elsewhere. Whether in government or in the diplomatic mission, he continuously built bridges for the university and influenced its future. He championed the writing of the history book of the University of Fort Hare for the Centenary. And it was in 2006 and 2007 that he, Chezi Mafanya, Shepard Mayatula, and Sizwe Manona, who is now late, met with Derek Swartz and I at the Fort Hare Foundation to discuss this project of the history of this university. And he constantly reminded us that if we don't do it at that time and quickly do it, we shall lament the missed opportunity when one by one the alumni of the University of Fort Hare would be disappearing from this earth. Fortunately, this year, he made his contribution to that history book with Chase. But there was supposed to be a follow-up, and I'm sure Professor Luvuyo Muochela will lament that he didn't go back to Tatla to finish off the section that he still needed to contribute. In closing, as Tambo regretted that the titans of our struggle, as Canon John Collins, would not be with us to celebrate the birth of democracy in our country, so do we, that this giant of our continued struggle against poverty, inequality, and unemployment will not be with us as South Africa is in the crossroads. We need to make sure that the memory of Tatla must not just be kept in our minds, but must be with that material force that will continue to transform the destinies of the living. I thank you.
Enkosi kamandla. Ikongo tugoduka mfondini. Ladies and gentlemen, let us acknowledge the presence in our midst of the Ambassador of Germany, as well as the chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders in this province, Unkosi Ngomhlaba kaMathanzima, who is also the chairperson of the Moral Regeneration Movement in this province. Welcome. Le dolopana yethu idolopana eqwebileyo ngoqwebe ethambisa. Kodwa abantu bayo ngabantu ababambeneyo. Xa kumandi bonwaba bonke. Xa kukubi balila bonke. Banazo ke nezihlobo. Sizawucela ke ngoku esinye sezihlobo zelakhaya lakwaThahle kwaNdayeni kwahlamba ngobubende. Behlangene namadolo dlangamandla umchenge. Besekelwe umama uMambamba uThangana uRhili uBhodlinja ukuba eze ngaphambili umama ukholiswa kaMngqekeza azothi indlela nke kweliduna lasemampondweni.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President of Republic the Stofile and Suisa families, heads of states, past and present, members of government, our distinguished guests from other countries, fellow South Africans, those present here today, and those joining us via television. Molweni. Ndingumnye wabahlobo, itshomi yami le. Usapho lakwaStofile ke sazane kakhulu ngexesha bendingumhlali nami iminyaka apha eJikeni. Siqale ukwazana ngoko. Idike ke ndifuna ke ndichaphazele kancinci. Linento ezibaluleke ngalo. Idike ngabantu abathandanayo abantu balapha. Ngabantu abazanayo. Ngabantu abathanda imfundo kunye nokukhonza. Othahla ke noNambi bebeyingxenye yethu uChezi setshilo apha. Noxa ke bona ke bebehlala apha kwanocollege. Kodwa izinto ezidibanisa umphakathi kunye nabo bebezihamba ngolona hlobo lungumangaliso. Bebonisa ke izakhono abanazo. Utata uStofile ke ngutata ebeneengcebiso ezimangaliso. Ebengutata othobekileyo omaziyo umuntu. Ibingutata onobubele kakhulu. Yena ke nenkosikazi yakhe uNambitha. Kuthe kusemnandi kumnandi ke apha eJikeni xa sekumnandi. kubakho imitshato, kubekho ii-birthdays, sandiselane. Loo nto ke uyibona kubantwana balapha edikeni, sebemkile apha edikeni ngendlela ababambene ngayo. Kuthe kusemnandi kunjalo wabanjwa uThahla. Ubanjwa ke ngexesha behlala apha kwaNokholeji. Abantwana bancinci basekwi-age ye-preschool and primary school. Ekubanjweni kwabo ngurhulumente welo xesha, amadindala ayenezoso engenanceba ngomntu. Afikile ke kule nkosazana inguNambi athi, funeka niphumile kule ndlu, siphume siyephi, sisezawukhangela indawo yokuhlala. Uthi ke umuntu ongenayo inceba, ngeni iqale ngendawo yokuhlala phambi koba umyeni wakho abe ngumgrogrisi. Ufika ke ngamanye amaxesha bekwixesha lesidlo sakusasa, ehleli nabantwana bakhe, athi awungena la madindala. Kukrwaqela abantwana, kukrwaqela igadi, kukrwaqela izinja. Betha umntu kunjanje akuxelele into yokokuba ndiza kubetha ubhaqe. Wanqonqoza ke umama uStofile kule mizi yethu, awoyika abantu, wangathi uNambitha uneqhenqa, akwabikho mntu ufuna usondeza kuye ngelo xesha. Kwacaca into yokokuba uzawuhlala esitratweni. Abantu boyika ukuphelelwa sisonka. Ngelo xesha kanye ufikile kwelaa khaya lakwaMnqekeza, ikhaya laseMamfeneni, imeko yakhe. Sathi ke singulamziwa kwaMnqekeza, kunokuba usapho lwakwaStofile luhlala esitratweni, sizawuphuma thina endlini yethu, sinike wena nosapho lwakho indlu yethu. Okunene ke kwaba njalo. Phofu akhange basiyeke ukusicikida nathi. Nibanika ngagunyalini na oStofile abangcasha umbuso? Impendulo ke yayibanye, indlu yeyethu, nina ningurhulumente, kodwa indlu le yeyethu. Nizawuphelelwa sisonka, makuphela isonka bafumane indawo yokuhlala abantwana bakaStofile. Umama uStofile ke notata uStofile yiyona nto bebengayilibali leyo. Uthe seyimizuzu wakhe yokugqibela wathi wabulela amandungwane, nkosikazi wakwaHlathi, ngento nakhe nasenzela yona. uNambi ke uthe ngeli xesha ahleli apha endlini, wathenga isiza apha elalini, wazama indlalo yokufaka abantwana bakhe, ngoba kaloku uMamNtola isikhukukazi sinjanjalo, sikhangelela amathole ase xa kukubi. Akanela nje kukhangela isiza, ngoba kaloku umvuzo wawuse umncinci kakhulu. Yaqala intombi akwadlanga amandla, yathengisa impahla. Urhatya uyawungena kule mizi nakule mizana yethu esithengisela impahla nezitya, ngoba kaloku isidima sekhaya kufuneka isigcinile. Ngelo thuba kanye ubuyile uBrastof, wabuya uBrastof, senimise indlu umama uStofile. Xa uya ke kulaa ndlu yabo, into yokuqala uzayixelelwa utata uStofile nomama uStofile. NjengumAfrika kunjani nje noba umuntu uyathanda noba akathandi ndawuhlala ndisebenzela umbutho. Ebekathanda ke abantu kakhulu, ebezidla ke ngenkosikazi yakhe. Eyona nto ke ebedla ngokuqhayisa ngayo indlela inkosikazi yakhe epheka ngayo. Ungutata ke othanda ukutya kwesintu. Njengokuba sendihlala eMonti uyawufowuna ke umama uStofile, ithunywa ngutata uStofile. Iintloko namalusu athengiswa ndawo eMonti. Sawuqeqetheka ke akalifuni ke liphume esilarheni, singena kooma-highway koomama abathengisayo siqokelela ukutya kwesiXhosa. Ngokunjalo nangexesha besiseKapa kunye sawungena koolanga nakoomagugu lethu sikhangela ukutya kwesintu. Athi ke uRheme akuhlutha ebusuku afowune athi, mfazi waseMamfeneni yapheka umkani. Ndimbuzo wogqitho kabani na umka, ngoba lo nam ndiyayincutshe kweyam indawo. Besingabantu abathetha nje, ndithi xa ndimbiza ndithi mkhwahlazo, athi naye xa ndibiza athi mkhwahlazo. Uba siyambona indlela anxiba ngayo, ebesithi xa uzanxiba inkosikazi yakhe ikhuphe impahla izibeke phezu kwebhedi. Yindoda ke yakwantu, uyawuthi udibanise ibhrukhwe emnyama nesheti emhlophe athi yena ufuna ibhrukhwe yelo nesheti emhlophe. Ebengakhompromayisi ke ngoba ungumntu onenkani, athethe ngelizwi elithambileyo umfazi wakhe athi, nkenke xa unxibe ngolu hlobo kaloku abantu babona mna ababoni wena. Athi utsho namfazi, athi kulungile ke la visto. Ibingabantu abebesenza ezo zinto bendisonwaba ke xa ndihleli nabo. uBrastofu ke noNambi akho nto ebeyixabise ingathi yiredio Xhosa ngoko, umhlobo wenene ngoku. Uyawufowuna engapha eGermany. Khawuke undinike ifowuni number kaMfundisi Umbethe, nantsi into ereyidweni. Uyinto ibintle uzayilungisa, ubinto imbi uyilungisa ngoku. Kunjani nje akananzima Nkosi. Utata uStofile ke ndikhawulezile kule 5 minutes. Ngeemini zakhe ndifuna uthetha ngayo ke ngoku ngokusele gula. Ubomi bumnandi nqa. Ndifowunelwe yinkosikazi yakhe njengomhlobo esithi umyeni wakhe akaphila. Ndiqinisekile ukhona into ozawuthetha ngengoku, kodwa ebendithumile ze ndiyithethe ezi zinto ndizazithetha ngoku, ndicela tshezi uzundinike nje lo thutyana. Undonkezele nje noba imizuzu emibini kulaa 5. Ndifika uNambi nabantwana bakhe betshintshisana ngencwina kayise. Ndithe ke phambi koba ndiye esibhedlele ndacela kulaa seketi ndikhonza kuyo 313 phantsi komfundisi uMakhula koomama bangoLwesine eGreenfields, masithandazele usapho lwakaStofile. Xa ndifika esibhedlele ndafika uThixo semlungisile uBrastof, ngoba ndithe ndawungena wathi makahlaliswe kakuhle samhlalisa ke nenkosikazi yakhe wacula ingoma yasemampondweni Hombela ndathatha nami sombela sobabini umuntu othethayo ke kodwa ke uthe awugqiba ukombela wathi mfazi khawubonise umkhwahlazo inkosikazi yasemamfenini into endenza ngogqirha kulo mzimba wami kwanyanzeleka ke bamakawutyile umzimba wakhe wathi fota mfazi uze umama wasemamfenini ayokuxelela umambamba into ayibonileyo kungelo thuba kanye endifike umfazi wakhe ethe gwantyu inyembezi naye ethe gwantyu inyembezi ndacela into kokuba masithandaze ndathi wena kuzawenza ufefe mna ndizawuthandaza ndithe ndahlabela ke eli culo bendihlabela wacula ivesi elandelayo wathi lawula lawula nkosi wathi lawula lawula nkosi uyasozigqibezelela ke ndileqa ixesha emva koko wawuthatha ngokwakhe umthandazo apha emthandazweni wakhe ubamba inkosikazi yakhe ngesandla uqinisile wathi xa thandaza wathatha isivumo sokholo wasenza wayosigqiba wathi awugqiba wabeka umamakhe wabeka ifemeli yakhe wabeka abantwana bakhe wabeka inkosikazi yakhe kuyo yonke le nto ayithethayo uthi ndiyabulela kuyo yonke le uthi ndiyabulela mambamba ndiyabulela family yam wathi wawugqiba wenza ufefu wathi ze ndithi ke kuni ndiqale ngawe family yonyawoza uthe ze ndithi ze kungasweleki mlandeli emkhondweni wami naluya usapho lonyawoza wathi ebantwaneni bakhe ze ndithi ebekufanele ukwenza ndikwenzile uthando enindibonise lona abantwana bam ndawunicinga noba sendikwele mimoya wathi ze ndithi enkosikazini yakhe yenje njalo isikhukukazi kufukama umzi wayo wathi ndibulela into enye nami la visto sohlulwe kukufa wasibamba isithembiso kodwa kwangumzuzu wokugqibela wathi ze ndithi kuni ndlu emnyama yama-Afrika ebendikufanele ukuba ndikwenze ndikwenzile icekwa ngoku lisele nani ndiyekeni ndiyophumla enkosi
akho mlenze ungenadolo inkxuva into yawuhlala ikho bantu benkosi kukhona apha we must acknowledge besendiacknowledgeile kodwa kukhona ikwayari yecawa nayo ke ibipreparishile phakamani kuloo ndawo nukuyo nto zikabawo nicule
Well, the service of the late Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile is ongoing. We've had a number of speakers already recounting the stories they know, the anecdotes, with a lot of jokes and memories that they had about the late Reverend Stofile. We just heard now from a family friend, recounting the last days of Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile when he was lying in hospital. His very difficult days, how he passed away, and in the presence of his wife, how difficult that moment was. We had before that the Vice Chancellor of the University of Fort Hare, Mr. Mvuyo Tom, also about the role that they were still expecting Reverend Stofile to play as a Chancellor of this university. They feel that they've been robbed of what could have been a very great future this university was going to get into, as we know that it celebrates its 100 years of existence. Now, the auditorium now here is full. 5,000 people are now inside this auditorium here in Fort Hare. And now it is closed. No more people are being allowed to get inside because the disaster emergency services, they're saying now they've reached the disaster limit. So the auditorium is closed and now people are now being taken to an overflow area.
Enyandeni bantu benkosi, indoda imakhaya mabini likhona eli izalwa kulo, likhona neli icela ukuzalwa kulo. Khona umahluko apho. Umambambuzele le ndoda likhaya layo lokuqalelo, yaphinda yacela uba mayokuzalwa kwasiwisi. Mhlawumbi ifike phaya yangusibayeni. Uba ungosibayeni uyawuthi shu, uyawushiywa ngumfazi. Abayazi kabanganabafazi loo nto. Bamane besitha nawuphathwa ngumfazi awunawuphathwa ngumntu ongekhoyo kakade. Ucinga bebeza kuphatha njani ungenaye? Ubunaye xa uthi mawungaphathwanga ufuna uphathwa ngubani? Uyawuphathwa esitratweni, uyawulala ungatyanga. Ngoku ke bantu benkosi, siza kuphakamisa umninawa kamfundisi uPhilip kwakunye nosibali wakhe uHintsa kaSwisa ukuba bazokuthi gqaba apha bemele olo sapho. Kunike into zikababa. Sibonile uba uyaqhwalela uyasimelela akazukwazi ixesha elide apha ngozigaba.
Hayibuye iAfrika. Ndizaqala ngamaRhabe qala eyona nkonzi inkulu apha eSouth Africa. Makhaba amahle apha ndimele ukuthetha ngobhuti ebengumuntu onjani na kwifamily yakhe. Fortunately mna ndimbonile ubhuti ngokusendinengqondwana, andikhulanga naye, andikhulelanga kuye, ndikhulela kutatomkhulu mna. Basically into endizawuzama uthetha ngayo, ndizawuzama uthetha ngale ndiyaziyo iattitude yakhe kum nakumama nakutata wethu. Ubhuti undifundise ukuthi this is not right. Ungayoyithethela phaa ekoneni. Wandifundisa uwam ubhuti ukuba mandithi emntwini xa thetha into engekhoyo, you are a liar. Ayikho le nto uyithethayo. Umprovele futhi uba ubexoka le nto ebeyithetha. Ubhuti wam wandifundisa mna ukuba xa uthetha ngomntu engekho, uthetha into ezingekhoyo. Wayikhumsha ubhuti le nto. Wathi uassassinate i-character yomntu xa uthetha ngomntu engekho, uthetha into ezingekhoyo ngaye. So don't do that. Utsho kum. Ngelo xesha ke ubhuti athethe zonto kum, bendingamameli kakuhle mna, bendingamameli kakuhle because bendiphaa esitratweni, Komfanstraat af mna. Bendingengomntu soloko nefamily mne. Into eyona nto bendiyithanda kakhulu bisistrato. In as much that ubhuti besingavani kakhulu naye kangangokuba bendiavoida indawo enayo most of the time. Ngoba ubhuti ebendifuna undisusa esitratweni andizise apha kwaThixo, ndibe ndingayifuni, andimbona lo Thixo athi mandize kuye. You know, it was nice kum ngezo ntsuku ezo. Kukhona ndiyibonayo ngoku noba bendingqwaqwako. Kukhona ndiziqondayo ngoku ngoba bekusitsho naba kuzawutyiwa ekhaya, especially ngesapha, athi umama phakambulele. Yhu mama, ndizabulela njani ukutya ndingekakutye nokutya? Athi ubhuti, Gwedini, stand up and pray. Hayi ke ndiphakame ke ndilinganisela into ebeyenzile yena izolo ngoku ebethandaza. So ubhuti would say to me, ngeli xesha ke ngoku sekuqala neyoma UDF, athi uyabona apha eSouth Africa funeka uzame ukumela inyani, ungaxoki. Ngoba ubuxokisele mna, uzawuxokisela nalo, uxokisele wonke umuntu olapha eSouth Africa. Ibe kwi-turmoil eSouth Africa ngeli hlobo sikulo ngoku, amabhulu. Those are the things that ubhuti was a teacher kum. He would teach me lots of things. Before ndiphelelwe ngamazwi, mandiyeke ubhuti ngoku. Udla ngabantu uyandigqibezelela. Into endifuna uyibhekisa in front of these people, kusapho lukabhuti. You guys, you must feel how I feel mna ngolwam usapho nolukabhuti and stuff like that. Ndizalibhekisa kuwe Mamtola, abantwana bakho, mba andihlali nani mna, nihlala kowenu umzi, nam ndihlala kowam umzi. Uthi wakuswelekelwa indoda apha eSouth Africa, ube ngumuntu ojongeka kakubi. Kodwa into endimangalisayo mna as mna kuthi kwasweleka umfazi akajongwa kakubi umuntu oyindoda xa kusweleka umfazi wakhe. That is funny. Ndidla ngothi ke ebantwini ke mna ke as a Christian ndidla ngokuthi don't cry xa kwenzeka into ezinjalo ngoba uYesu Kristu ngeli xesha abanjwayo eza kubethelelwa oPetros aba babethetha kakhulu, they ran away. Ngeli xesha uYesu Kristu sefakwe sexhonywe phaa emnqamlezweni, oPetros were not there. KwakungoMaria abantu ababephaa bejonge uYesu Kristu bemgadile phaa emnqamlezweni. Nangeli xesha uYesu Kristu sengcwatyiwe, oPetros were not there to be found. Into ayenzayo uPetros phaya wathi mna ndiyobambisa intlanzi ngoku, wathi nomnye masam nam ndiyaya. uYesu Kristu when he came back uthi kuPetros, Simon kaYona uyandithanda na? Uthi uPetros, ewe Nkosi uyayazi ndiyakuthanda. Uthi dlisa izimvu zam. Mamela. Okwesibini, uyandithanda na Petros? Ewe. Athi yalusa amatakane am. Aphinde okwesithathu athi dlisa amatakane am. Mamela ke wena as a leader. uYesu Kristu does not say zimvu dlisani umalusi wenu. uYesu Kristu is saying, Petros, Malus, dlisa izimvu zam. Kuzabakho abantu ke sisi abaza kufika kuwe nabantwana bakho bathe benze lento ebisenzwa ngoPetros. Bathi ekugqibeleni unuke iqaqa kunye nabantwana bakho. Remember, uthi uYesu Kristu, hey, kumandi uba kumnina womfundisi, you know. Uphela unyanzeleke uyazi iBhayibhile. Uthi ninoyolo nina xa bathe abantu, hey, baningcikiva banitshutshisa bethetha zonke into ezikhohlakeleyo ngani. Vuyani igcobe kunene ngoba umvuzo wenu mkhulu emazulwini. Kuba benjenjalo ubakutshutshisa abaprofeti abaphambi kwenu, ze niyazi nani you will not be the first people ukutshutshizwa. Ngaloo mazwi mamtolo sawubonana next year mna nani ngoku. Ndiyabulela.
Program directors, officiating minister, and your entire clergy, Deputy President, former President Kgalema Motlanthe, there's an old friend here, Trevor Manuel. Trev. And everybody gathered here today, and in particular the Stofile family. Good morning, please. Dr. Tom uyishwangathele le ngxuma kaxaka, which might lead to us being interpreted as being schizophrenic. I think it says with a sense of sadness that I stand here to say, to bid farewell, of all people, Landlord, Makhenkesi Stofile. But it is with great excitement. And I do so with pride. We therefore, as a family, dip our banners as a family. Sizothi kuye ndlela ntle kulomkhonyana ukwasuyisa. Simenzele ifavor uComrade Stoff. Samzalela abantwana. Abo bantwana njengoba behle kanganje. Nalento anosiphiwe utsebile. Kodwa undiyalezile uthahle ngosive. Angizoyichaza uthini. Kodwa bazala intombi yakwaSwisa. Anditsho ngempakamo. Comrade Cyril uyazazi. Uyayazi ukuba sizala ngamadoda kwaSwisa. Laa ntombazana izala nguDennis, uDidiza Siwisa. Ndiqinisekile kugcwele students apha kule ndawo. And therefore, it is with pride that I have to stand here and bid him farewell, Losbal Wetu. This revolutionary, this intellectual, Befundisi, this servant of God, went on and on till his death. Emkhonza emhlonipha uThixo. I met Comrade Stoff 1972 siyafika noSinambi. Sivela uvalelwa ngapha eMount Arthur naseFremantle. Sifunde sagqiba, and now we're supposed to be starting our degrees first year. Xa sifika apha ndimbone lo mfo. Enyanisweni ndimbona apha andazi bisekhona le nto. Mqwatha ndiqiniseke noba ifothe iseyile ya. Kodwa ke noko xa ekhona apha uDr. Tom ndiyathemba iseyiyo. Kokho into kuthiwa yiswayiswaya. I-ballroom dancing ke leyo. Kuyadaniswa apha. Lamdaniswa amadoda amaninzi awonqenayo. Sasinganaso esi skill sokudanisa thina. Kodwa abantu sasisondela xa ingu-5 uzawudaniswa ke. Macebo kwakugcwala apha fundi. Nathi isikolo sijamile siyajonga sithi hey. Nolowa kwam wayezamazama nto endiqeleshila. Hayi kodwa macebo sifike e-40 sesisazana. Mongameli wam ngumntu endimazi since 1968 endamtshatayo. Ndisahleli naye nangoku. Nangomso ndaguqa phambi kwakho undithi sitshadise. Sifika apha ke uSinambi hayi adayinise nalo mfo. Ikhule lento. Hayi siyihleka Sinambi. Yayibhlungu ngoko. Ikhule lento. Kuthiwe kwakuyinto kuthiwa ngumlevo kudala eFortera. Kube kumlevo vela yakuba hey hayi. Uyambona phofu lo mfo uba udadewenu uyahamba nje uyaphi. Uthi lo mfo unyukela ngasentla njani. The first person who told me this, akafuna unaba. Ayisasinga. Kwenzeka nothini Thixo. Hayi ngenena ngenyaniso. Unyana wakho mambamba uyisibela intombi kwethu. Kwaqhubeka ndisekhaya kulo Sinambi eRhini. Utata omncinci utatakhe andibuza utata omncinci sometime abuze man, who's this Stofile fellow? Ndithi hayi ngomnye umfo ofunda apha esikoleni ntamncinci. But how is he? Did I? All right. Positive signals, all right. He's okay. Utata omncinci ke wayengumzabalazi. Ngomnye wabantu abavalelwa eRobben Island. Bayamazi abaninzi apha. Uthi how is he politically? Did I ngubhasi? And nyhani yes. I don't, but why are you asking me all these questions? I know it's because abantu bakwaStofile bafuna uzaba DDP. Udabe kai. Bafunani. Uthi hayi. Bafuna ukuzocela uNambitha. Awu. Nyhani bafika. To cut long story short, they eventually got married in 1977. Bachata ngo 1977 lowo ke. Selechilo ke abangaphambili baba abantwana abathathu. Kunye nesikhululo ngasekhoyo. A young, handsome man. Language yaseFortile kwakwinto okuthiwa ngumdzayiko. I think abantwana bebeza ukugilana nguye. But I want to say, Stoff, that young chap has always been on his lips until he himself died. Ndivumele mambondo abantu abakhulu. Ndibiza abantu abakhulu ngamagama. Inkulu kaPetseni le inqenqe kule ndawo. Uzalwa nguPetseni kunye noMambamba. Nangu umama wakhe phaa la mama. Uleqe ikhulu leminyaka Mqwathi. Uleqe ikhulu leminyaka. Uzalwa efama eAdelaide. Sathi kumjonga lo mfo. Sambona unomfaneleko njengomkhonyana lapha ekhaya. Ngumfo onesimilo, ngumfo onesidima nesithozela. Ngumuntu omaziyo umuntu. Xa nisithi umuntu ndithetha nophansi kangakanani na. Stoff saw a lot of value in humans. Stoff bafundisile abantwana bakhe nonkosikazi wakhe. Ebethe umcebisi Jonas xa ebethethe yo uDeputy Minister. Kodwa ndiyazi lento yakwa-national yenza kanjani. Uthi kwakuthiwa i-Deputy Minister umcebe. Hayi ngumnganam. So kuthe kusenjalo kwabantwana bakhe abathathu. Uthahle wabathanda abantwana, wabakhulisa abantwana ekunye noMamtolo. Uthe umcebisi ke xa ebethetha eMonti apha evekini. Wabakhulisa noSinambi into these independent professionals that you see today. Both of them work. Abasebenzela urhulumente. Azange bafakwe mntu kwarhulumente. I'm trying to say, Mqwathi, aba bantwana have never, ndiyayithanda le ndlela ibeka ngayo former president, they have never feasted on the fruits of office kayise. Zange bayenza loo nto abantu. Abayazi. Ezi millions phaa kude kunathi ke. Abantu abanazo, uStofile akanazo, amqinisekile ngale into, ebetha phansi ngenqindi. Akanazo. But bakhulisile abantwana wabafundiswa wabathanda kodwa bethatshele usive becela imali ngokuphangelayo athi awuyicela unexhala likanina ke athi uStof hayi mntanam soyifumene already soyifumene usinamba afuna i-details ke ngoku uyabona ucaba hayi ke ingxaki le detail kodwa ibe khona ke bethu ukushwankathela eyona nto ndifuna uyithetha is that uThahla kaphelelanga ebantwaneni bakhe uthanda abantu abasondeleyo kuye nabangasondelanga ndiyafuna seyicacisa into yoba umthandile nalomgonyana wakhe ubathandile abazukulwana bakhe ababini ayiyongxolo bethanda loo ngxolo bathande kangangokuba ebefuna ubukhulu becala uba likhona ithuba beze ngeneno uba likhona ithuba beze ngeneno uyabona ke baye babamaintaina uThahle nonkosikazi wakhe abazali bam sidla ngobona into embi apha ke mqathe ixhapha ke kweli cala laseRhawutini le nto onyelenza abantu bahlala eRhawutini babhujelwe ngootata bawo nootata omncinci nootata noomama bengakhange bathumele into bayithoba izezantsi ze kuthi kwakho umngcwabo bathenga i-casket bathemba iinkomo zodidi mazixhelwe ezakhange bazitye bephila uninzi lwethu siyakholela ke libo umzali i-casket makayitye phila umambamba lowa ngumzekelo omhle wotya i-casket ephila angakubulala nganantombi yakuthi yaziwa ifemeli yakhe loo nto angakubulala umamamba ngonambitha uyabona ke uThahle naye wayenenyongo wayenayo inyongo nyelezo uThahle laa nyongo ivela kuPetseni uyamosha ngenye imini with respect uPetseni mhlawumbi ayikhani iqaphele i-one way kwesaa strato sakhe phaa ezantsi i-one way unyuka kakuhle ungqungqushe phaa ngeveni yakhe indoda kwi-90s yakho inyuka igqibela nto iyenza iphinde ihle kwangala one way besezantsi abonwa ngamapolisa unfortunately for him and they stopped him and they asked uba tata yintoni ngokuhamba apho uthe ndithetha uthini uyabuza uThahle ndithetha uthini uta no but le ndawo awufanelanga uhamba apho uyabuza uThahle makwethu ninengqondo ndingenyuka apha nindixelele kungakho ngxaki niceba ndinakwazi ukuphinde ndihle ndihlapha kule ndawo yayikhona ke icrisis yayikhona kwelaa khaya because ifemeli yayifuna umstop uqhuba and an opportunity presented itself ngaloo game wafowunelwa naye uThahle what they did was to say funani i-ID yakhe bayifumana i-ID nimcela uba mdala gqitha ufanele ngokomthetho kudala yekuqhuba ayibona i-ID yamapolisa and amkhuza tata njani uqhuba njani ungaka singabanjwa nathi uba singakuyeka nje hayi uxolo unyana uxolo senindiyeka ndigoduke mani okay siyakuyeka ugoduka kodwa ungabe uphinde sukubona apha edolophini kumhla wayeka uThahle uqhuba imoto loo mini. So I'm saying that uThahle ebengumuntu onjalo ebazalini bakhe nanku egula Thixo Masizulu and ugula fani le ntwana yakwanantsika ngubani nangane bangona Uthethe emngcwabeni apha edikeni. He's a speaker at the funeral. He speaks at the funeral. And I'm told that somehow he got dizzy and he had to stop speaking, taken aside, and eventually went back to his house. In the afternoon, paisans ekhaya, kufike inkosikazi kaBhutbimbo. Ithi, hayi, Nambita, we can't keep stuff here. Masiye nesibhedlela. Behla straight to St. Dominic's. Examine. Uthahle. Kutune cancer. And he was hearing this for the very first time. 2 days later, kuphinde kube kwenye development, bayathetha abagqirha ke bona izinto bazithethayo. Sinceda ngusive ke apha. Hayi, akabasokolisa ugqirha. Umajorishe into ne-microbiology. Umajorishe ngayo lo mntana. Ndiyabona iyangena ke ebugqirheni. So wasokolisa nangabo siyamkhwela eqaleni yaka lo matasa. Masimame lo gqirha babathini yini. But bekwe development ba ithe kanti ayo cancer. Hayi kokolo lokuthi sonke bethuni. But yaphinda yaconfirm eKapa. But no, lo mfune cancer man, cancer le. And it's the most vicious form of cancer. Comrade DP, is cancer of the pancreas. Azange simxelele uMambamba. Into yazi uMambamba uba uThahle uneswekile. Simxelele umama uba iswekile inyuka isihla bayilawuliki. Qha ngixelele uMambamba. Walala at St. Dominic's for about 4.5 weeks to 5 weeks. Wathi wakhutshwa kweso sibhedlele. Wabheka eKapa, second opinion. His second opinion, they confirmed that no, indeed, he was suffering from a pancreatic cancer. And they told us it's very aggressive. Now we could see the aggression, Gustav. He was waning away, disappearing in front of us. Phela amandla kuye. Nobhala jikelele kwalombutho. Kungelo xesha apho ndingathi uStofile undinike singamaXhosa ngumyolelo endifuna ukunika wena tata kule nginginya. uStofile undibuza into yoba yinsa sekutheni lo mbutho ongathi lo mbutho yi-orphan, awunayise, awunanina, akho mntu uthethelelayo, akho mntu ukhuselayo, akho mntu unqandelayo, kuhliwa kunyukwa bezinothanda. There are permanent leaders ezingaphezu kwalo mbutho. UThahle Hinzaman, just remember, and he cited the names of a few comrades, Comrade Gilles. Uyakhumbula uba kudala kwakusithi umuntu awungqongwa zizinto noko ezingekho right. Yes, I remember that. Uthi yamkhumbula ubani nobani sayisolwa njani ingxaki yakhe. Did yes, I remember that. But you remember that you got instructions from outside that masimncenge lo comrade ehle kwesihlala kuso. Kuthi stop. Ndithi kuThahle ndikhumbula zonke ndizithethayo. What became of that tradition of the ANC? Ayike Thatle mina uyandazi ndilapha eMonti andiko kweza ndawo. Ndisho kadiphendula. Uyabona ke ndithetha nami inhliziyo ebuhlungu ndinayo lento. Andizubiza amagama. But bakhona abantu abakhulu within the ANC macebo endibeneyo nabo apha ePort eMonti. And I said, ayinje xa ilungayo kubo. Sithetha kakuhle siyavana, bayangqina bethu. Into nayo ke akhange ndibone mhlawumbi uba kude kwenzeka nto. Omnye ndithe ndathi kuye ibhali, nditsho kuye last year, ndithi ibhali siza loser. Last year, I think March, at this rate, ibhali siza loser. Athi siyeva ukuthi kunzima. And athi no, I think we're going to have to have some changes. That's what he said to me. And then I said, no, comrade, you can't say changes. We need fundamental changes. That's what I said to him. One time is an aya ke kwenzeka into. Benibona utroli behleli pha. Siyakazi. Phethe yena ngoku. I don't want to hide the fact that now you trolley punelungelo loba lapho. Sitsho sile family. Nyanisweni ngolesithathu. Kufona uJulius Malema. Ufona uLusinambi. I extend the condolences zakhe Julius in his own usual way. And athi uzakuza. Kodwa angaqala uzawuzala yabuza ngabe ndivumelekile na uba ndisapho. Yandothusa lo lento no. Ipermission yomngcwabo ndiyazi. Kodwa mhlambe kuqhutyolo hlobo. What is Nambi? By all means is ngoku. So Nobala Jigelele, this was very significant because in his deathbed, Stofile ukhalazile. Ukhalaza esithi sisekapa kungolesithathu. Nenkosikazi yami noNambitha nabantwana bonke. Sisewodini yakhe uthi kungena ubutshisi lo athi athula uthi ambona ubutshisi athula uthahla ndimqwalasele zihle inyembezi zakhe athi uthahla cheers enkosi bhuti ngokuthi ndawulala ebhedini ngecala ndigula ngohlobo naziba ndigula ngalo uzondibona usuke edikeni uze eKapa inkosi ngalonto andifumena ngaloo nyweba ndisemuntu apha kufutshane abantu abaninzi endisebenze nabo at national level uJoe Nobhala akhange beza except a few people bakhona abasileyo Nyelenzi no comrade Nosiviwe were some of those people bafikile pha kulaa ndawo kodwa azange ndiyicinga uba ndingaqaniphelwa ngamandla amaqawane aflathele I'm therefore trying to say that uthahle ngamafuchane uyebendela kwandela ukugula but befundisi wasixaka uthahle ke one signals azithumelayo uba ndiyahamba ndiyagoduka ngoku uthe umfundisi uLoni emtyisa umthendeleko wawugqiba umtyisa umthendeleko ezawuthandaza wawuxhiphula mamungqekeza wawuxhiphula umthandazo ngokwakhe and one of the things that befundisa ayithethileyo uStofile uthe Nkosi Thixo Nkosi Thixo ngokusiqinisekisa uba beyond this life, there's a better life yangala phakathi. That was the depth of his faith. Uthahla. Isicaka sika Thixo sithembekileyo. Uyabona ke uThahle nathi xa ndimxelela ngobhubha kwaStrika uMafu uDumisani Mafu. Hey, aboma hey. Nenze imistake apha. Noma sinambi wemva umuntu uStof sethetha ngento kaDumisani ngamamxelo wayixelwe ndimzinami. But ibhaqe mva into ba hey ndenze imistake apha. But ke kufika uNyelenzi pha nenkosikazi yakhe bathetha ngaye. Kwenye enye into ezithethileyo uStof uthi uyazi oStrika bazafumaneka bengquleka begula bemelwa zizinhliziyo because they fought for this liberation. Lisotsha lomkhonto kweli ngithetha ngalo. They fought for this liberation. They know what it is. They know what it is. Yazi xa ubajongile abanye abantu abanikwe elithutyana nobhala loba makaphathe ANC. Boba Thixo ayinalofifi le chap. Ayinalofifi le chap. He doesn't have any idea of how difficult it was to deal with amabhulu namasisikayi ngexesha lakhe namatanzima. So uthi ke bazangquleka bafu babhubhe because they cannot stomach to see what is happening to this ANC. Abakwazi unyamezela lento le. He had fun as a pillar, but he also had storms, a pillar. Uchilo omnye umuntu apha ethi wayetyholwa uba uyilento nalento wayetyholwa ngoba ucorrupta. Newspapers lapha kule area Comrade Trev zigcwele zi-allegations doba akonto angantyisanga yona njengoba ephethe iPremier. And of course that was all lies. But I just want to reveal a family secret kubo, to say to them, uyazi uStofile from 1982 wanikezela everything to umkakhe Sir. Can't everything, 30 banking accounts, everything. Wayombhalisa wathi ndiyaphuma mna mfazi kule nto. Stofile bengayazi uba wamkela malini na. Ebengayazi nobu increment nobu deductele imali ebengayazi yonke laa nto ibisaziwa ngulaa mfazi. Because uthi ndigade ntoni imali izawundenzela ntoni imali. I'm therefore trying to say uStofile never touched any value to le mali nilwa ngayo. Never touched any value to that. So therefore, logically, he could not have taken the extraordinary step so be malga khulment. He would have had no reason to do so. Kanti sithela uyindoda eyazileyo into ba phakathi kokudloka ubomi kwasekufeni. Ungangomhlaba mhlekazi. Ungangomhlaba mhlekazi. Uthetha into ebuhlungu ku-memorial service. Kodwa eyinyani in my view as well. Uthi umhlekazi intsobi ye-ANC iyaphela. Batolokeri ngesingesi mana naso isingesi ncamncam. Intsobi ye-ANC iyaphela. Abantu balibala msinyane and balibala lula. Ndiyayigcina ke lo nyaniso leyo. Xa nditshoyo ndizama ukuthi uThahle ebengumntu ofaneleke ukuba angcwabeke ngohlobo angcwabeka ngalo. Watsho ndikhubuza kanye inyimbo yaseMangesini. Alfred Lord Tennyson. Alfred Lord Tennyson, crossing the bar. Crossing the bar. Udlombali xa ithethayo ngaye. Kumigcana endiyithathileyo nje, not the whole poem. Uthi unomfanekiso xa soyihlalutya ke ipoem le uba uyenzile. Ithetha ngomntu ongafuna ukulilelwa kuba uyanduluka. Akafuna ukulilelwa. And njengoba engafuna ukulilelwa njalo, uthi may there be no sadness of farewell when I am back. Ndiyafuna ukutsho ukuthahla ukuthi may there be no mourning of the bar when I put out to sea. Siyayivuma loo nto, thahla ndayeni, hlamba ngobubende, mandiguquke ndiye kuwe. Ndinenkolo ethi uyenzile yonke into ufana uyenze. At his own time, uThixo walithatha ithuba loba ukuthatha, akuthathele kuye ungekangcoli. At this rate ungangcola. Kuqhubekayo. I'm trying to say, no bala, kumyolelo kaStofile lo. Uthe omnye umfo xa ebona lembuti iqoyo, wathi zemke inkomo magwalandini. Enkosi.
Well, that was Omeste Yinsa Suisa, the brother to Stofile's wife, Funambita, leaving the stage there, having delivered very profound speech that touched on revelations that the late Stofile left and the messages that he left to the family, to the ANC as well, particularly saying that that Stofile left a message to the ANC asking, why does it seem that it is now free for all, with leaders not listening to people? Very profound messages, saying that he died a very worried man, because when he was in hospital as well, that many of his comrades and some of the people that he was with in the cabinet did not even bother to come and see him as he was in hospital.
Definitely, Tammy, that is definitely what we're hearing from Utata Usiwisa, that Utata Stofile didn't pass away a very happy man with the federation that he believed in. And you remember that he was the first chief whip of the ANC in parliament when they came there into leadership positions. So I think the ANC has heard them.
Dafika iphelile woli izindonga idiliki kade uzawufika nyathela utata kandayi dika dakoba kulonyerere dambona utata kandayini equlete equnguda khawusithele kaloku qawendini ndedinga umntu into ehlahla ligoduke ndedinga umntu into ehlahla lifuduke ubuluse ezulwini ukhubuluse nokhubusane ujubalase nojabavu ujote nosontonga ujote nogadalgagama sithela ezulwini bazuzile kwakuzuza inganga yezulu ezulwini bazuzile kwakuzuza ukuzuza lizulu ezulwini bazuzile ngemizuzu yezulu goduka ezulwini ayiyo.
Enkosi Dwanini, enkosi Dlangamandla. Hayi kahle kancinci Maqabane, imani Maqabane, please. Maqabane imani. Uyabona ke pha kutoyitoy engena flag. Imani Maqabane. Comrade Dlangamandla, enkosi. usumayezile nto nje kukho abanye bethu abangasakhonzi lo Thixo uziquzithathu kukhonzwa lo Thixo uziquzine uyise unyana umoya oyingcwele noThixo isisu uthi wawungenela ke lowo chitha utyiwe enkosi idla ngamandla niyayazi isophu not isuphu isophu inkobe zombona uthi thintse imbotyi ezininzi ayimandi ke xa iphela izirhovu zawukhelelela lapha phezulu zitye le ntloya kanti xa seyiphezantsi kulapha incindi khona iyavutshwa ngoku into endibethayo inyapha ndityityinzisela umnwe kuthi ixesha liphelile ndithi ndawujonga ndingazinqanda njani ezi zangca zisezawuthetha andikwazi ndawuncedwa zizo zithi hayi bo masile-extende anditsho kutsho mna kwawutsho zona uthahye unamantshontswana akhe amabini ehobapha makasondele azothi ndlelantle kuyise sondelani mathahye sondelani sive
My first memory of my father, first memory I have is of me as a little girl standing on my parents' bed and my father no more than a meter away asking me to jump so he'd catch me. I always jumped without hesitation. And he always caught me. He was my first hero, and I trusted him until the end. Tata wasn't a perfect man, but he was an excellent father. You didn't have to know him to know that he was a straight shooter. He was a man with dignity. He was full of humility and grace. As a father, he never tried to force any of his beliefs on us. He wasn't impressed by conventional wisdom, and he always encouraged critical thinking. He encouraged us to question everything: authority, religion, politics, and even him, especially him. He was always up for a debate, and I was always happy to take him up on it until he'd accuse me of being too emotional in making my points. That taught us to always do what we know to be right, because nobody has a monopoly to goodness. Not the rich, not the poor, not the formally educated, not the illiterate, not the churches, not the ANC, and certainly not himself. He was always generous with his knowledge, the original Google, I like to think of him. Back when I was in high school, I would always call him before I handed in a history essay to read it out to him. And he would always come with a completely different perspective, laced with passive-aggressive messages I was supposed to pass on to my history teacher. He called this free education. He'd get excited when he talked about history, and he would start talking too fast. And I'd say to him, Dada, you're going too fast, you're going too fast. And he would say, Baba, you should be taking notes. He had a wicked sense of humor, always accompanied with a crooked smile, very mischievous smile, identical to that of my late brother, Uskulule. And that smile now, I find it in my 4-year-old son, Zimele. This past week, somebody came up to me and said, you know, your father had this ability to make anyone he was talking to feel really special and really important. I truly believe that's because my father knew and believed that no human being was above another. He felt strongly about equality, and he felt strongly about justice. As a result, he sacrificed so much of his life to serve humanity. Probably not so much in the social sense, because I think he was more of an introvert, but certainly on a much deeper and fundamental level. When he became Minister of Sports, the media would publish articles labeling him lazy and invisible as a minister. I remember my sister and I once sat him down and we tried to give him a crash course on the importance of good PR. It was pointless, we wasted our time. You see, my father wasn't interested in taking any glory. He would always send his deputy minister then, Gert Oosthuizen, to press conferences and stadiums to address the masses, while he went to the most remote places of this country to engage local communities. These places, of course, are exactly the same places where no cameras ever roamed. As Minister Mbalula said on Tuesday at my father's memorial service, you see, the media always wanted him to be a razzmatazz, but there's only one razzmatazz. Certainly, my father was no razzmatazz. He once said, leave the popularity contest to Abo Brenda Fassie. I'm here to serve, I'm not a celebrity. My father loved his wife, Mama Wetu. Each year on his birthday or their anniversary, he would always say, another year, Mfazi. If I was a young man and I had to do it all again, I'd choose you all over again. That was always special for us to hear. He also adored his mother, Makhulu Wetu, Mambamba. On his last few weeks alive, all he talked about was going home to Mamake, befuna Mamake. Belukuthanda usana lwakho Mambamba. Siyakuthanda nathi. These past few weeks have shown me just how much my little sister next to me takes so much after my father, the diplomat. You see, I take after my mother much more. I take after her fiery attitude, even though I look like my father. This week, wathi, yo, awusafani no Brastoff, uncedwe ile lipstick. Ugeziwe kulandlo this week, is true. My sisters really impressed me in her strength this week and just her grace and efficiency. Yeah, I couldn't believe how much she's grown. It's really quite something. But before I wrap up, I would like to just share a little story to just express the kind of humor my father had. You see, Usive, when we were little, I think she was probably about 5 or 6. She was a feisty little thing then, and utata wayethanda umthuma akhethe yena kanye kuba uyayazi akazofuna ubuya. Baba khandiphathela amanzi man phaa kitchen, Sive is watching TV. I have a tummy ache, should say. My father would come back with, "Oh, no, that's okay, Papa. You see, you'll just need your legs to walk to the kitchen and your hands to fetch the water. Luckily, your stomach doesn't need to be doing anything at this point." I used that on my son today, my 4-year-old, and it works like a gem. So lastly, just to my father, Dada, I'm so grateful that we got to say our proper goodbyes. You told me you were not afraid to die. You were ready, and that brought me real and true comfort. I'll forever love you, and I promise I'll make you proud.
I don't feel strong. Oh. I'm supposed to be the strong one, but I don't feel very strong right now. Jeez. Uchilo kumathathu bantu mfuzile mnotata. I think ndifuze ezimbi nezinhle. Kodwa ngathi ndiqatyele kwezi zimbi. Ndinalankani yakwa Stofile. Ndiyakuthanda ulala. Ndifana naye. Oh, sorry. But the other thing is that I think I don't have that storytelling abilities, so that's why my title had to come with the lighter stories. But I do have a few things I'd like to say. But because I know I'll try to keep it quite brief. As you will all know, Utata was very active politically. This took him away from us as a family. Now, as I was very bitter. I was very angry because this, went on for many years, and for the longest time, I wanted nothing to do with politics. I thought this is the thing that took my father away from me, so and his fight. But in is that you can't escape these things. So I guess I'm a late bloomer, but this year was my year where I finally felt that I'm speaking the same language, not that. I took an interest in politics. There's plenty going on nationally and internationally, so it would be very ignorant of me, not to. So because I'm also studying, and so that I can get homework. Hence the diplomacy as well. So that I've been managing phone and managing buzo, but okay, that an assignment hey, sitete no that pele hour tiza for the comment John Maliam. But I appreciated those moments with Utata because for me it was almost catching up for all the years that he couldn't help me with my homework. I couldn't have those conversations with him because I was so angry. But I was very grateful that I had, most of this year to be able to have those conversations and long debates with him. And he would let me speak. Amamele. He'd have his opinions, of course, but he would always want to hear what my opinion was, afunde kum rather than difunde kuye, which I thought, well, this is a bit odd. But that's the type of man Utata was. Waingathethi nje wayefuna ufunda naye apha kuwe. I remember not so long ago, there was a year up, I think it must have been Christmas time. And he walks into the room, pete constitution in one hand, and then pete forms zoba, remember ANC in the other hand. So we look at him, And now my sister and I were not keen to be members of the ANC at that point in time. So, sithatha constitution, sithi hayi noko sayibamba yona. And then utata was curious uba kutheni ningafuni ungena apha embuthweni. Sithi sicacise sizama ucacisa nqomba hayi akayiva le nto, but ke because of the type of person he wasn't going to force us to join the ANC. So waqonda uba makadibanise iitshomi zethu zalapha eAlice, wasihlalisa phansi. And we had like a little session where he actually educated us on the history of the ANC, uba isukaphi, what are the values, what does it actually stand for, and why is it that we should be joining lo mbutho. Asikazigcwalisi ke kodwa ezo forms. But safunda kulo session yakhe. I think we did learn to value umbutho, but at the same time, it wouldn't be true to what utata taught us to just go and fill in the forms, because you also want to pick and choose from the other parties, because zibalulekile zonke izinto ezithethwayo. So thatha apha nalapha awunyanzelekanga ube sendaweni eyi-one, as long as your values are for the nation and right. So I think what I'm trying to say is that utata was an educator. He provided us with guidance, but he still allowed us as children to have our own opinions, make our own mistakes, and take our own decisions. Utata besithanda. I think besithanda kakhulu sometimes. Undivezile kumalume wami wathi mna ndingulaa mhlobo ucela imali apha ebudaleni. He's right, I do from time to time. And I don't think there's anything really wrong with that. But, utata, Uspiwa would have read in his obituary that at some point he was Treasurer General of the ANC. But Tina sayazi uba apha endlini uTreasurer General ngumama. Umama ke xa ucela imali, you must come with a budget. Ecacisayo uba uzayithini le mali and uzayibuyisa kanjani, because akakuphi uyakuboleka. Ibe nzima ke le ndaba, because obviously as a child you don't really plan to pay your parents back. So, but utata in the background would always be like, hayi mfazi abantwana bam banike tshini abanohlupheka phambi kwam, mabangasokoli ndikhona. Ndiyayikrobela ke le nto, ndingundondomosi mna phaa ekhaya. So I feel like part of ubundondo bam was to take this thing, ndiqonde uba hayi mandiye phaa kutata straight qho xa ndifuna into, mandiqale phaa kuye azokwazi umnyibilikisa umama apha ecaleni so that ndiyifumane le nto ndiyifumanayo. These are some of the things that I'll miss, about utata. The last, I think it's 6 to 7 weeks that utata was sick. It was a very tough period for our family. Besingayilindelanga, ikhawulezile. And it's never hard to see, it's never easy to see somebody you love being in so much pain. But we are fortunate enough as a family to have had so much support during the period that utata begula, and during these last 10 days or so since he passed, we've had tremendous support. And I wanted to stand here and just acknowledge a few people who, there'll be an official vote of thanks at the end, but there are a few people that I really want to just thank from our side, because I think without you, andazi ngesitheni.
Give a shout out.
So utata actually, one of the days ebesesibhedlele ngoku beselapha eMonti, uthe kum, Papa, family is very important. Ningaqumelana nithini, but at the end of the day, always make sure that you come back together again. Now, umamngcekeze bekhe wathi apha earlier uba kumnandi edikeni. And one of the things about Idike is that you learn that family is not only blood, family is your community around you. So I know when Utata said that, he meant, family in the broader sense. So the list goes. Firstly, uMal Moyenza, no Woody, no Anosibo. And as we saw him apparently, and he has nyan. Like, umama is a person who's always in charge. But bekunzima man kwezibeki, and it helped us a lot to have the three of you just take charge. You took charge and you took care of everything. And yeah. I just wanted to say we're so, so grateful. So grateful. Sorry, Woody, now. But just thank you. Thank you so much. For us, that was really important. In addition to that, although I don't have a medical degree, I must admit I did have a doctor in my back pocket. So it did help. And the question is, so I wanted to thank 3 friends of ours who were really helpful, during this period. Gukho Tabi, Sol, Ndomgayoli Sol, who was the librarian of this university. Utabi was my doctor on call. Like, Nangabani Naiklesh. She was always available for questions, for advice. And then there's the unofficial Ndondo Asekaya Yangiswa, as we call her, my Chinese sister, Ndondo Gadat. Yes, she'd gone through a similar experience no Mama Wake very recently, and she was there to give advice, okay, I feel kanje enzani kanje, I feel kanje enzani kanje. And then Kubeko Nangawetu, who's been a brother to us, and he was very helpful in sort of doctors to call, where to get second opinions. And this is just, I'm focusing on these 3 people specifically because they went through what we went through very recently. So for them to be able to kind of get through their pain and help us through our pain really meant a lot. Guys, I don't know where you are, but Tabia did see you on the screen earlier. We really, really, truly, from the bottom of our hearts, are very grateful. And then, Kuko Upwudenklebisi Nomatepo. Sorry, Nam, I can't, this deputy minister business. Upwudenklebisi Nomatepo, as well as Mr. and Mrs. P. Now, Umama ndimkrobele apha over the years, she doesn't really like to stay in hotels. She likes the comforts of home, ufuna electric blanket yakhe, ne radio yakhe, ne bedside lamp yakhe. So for you to open up your homes to Umama, ekapa nalapha eMonti, so that she could have a place where she was comfortable while Udada was in hospital, it really meant a lot. Now, there's much more that you have done besides just opening up your homes to us. But, Landoman imncedile umama uba noko ne-stress sihle kancinci, and yeah. Sorry. I can't do that. Yeah, you do that. And then Utatomncwamu Philip, who spoke earlier, he's been with us this whole time. Ukufika kwethu apha eMonti sizoxelela ukuba utata ugula yicancer. Utata omncinci wayekhona. Wahlala ke manje uzombona ubhuti wakhe. NaseKapa ke ngoku utata seyiseKapa. Emane yombona ubhuti wakhe. Isincedile ke loo nto. Because as utata said, family is very important. And it was good for us to see how siblings do. In addition to that, kukho omagazi bam bakwaManjes who really did their best to make Tata's last days as comfortable as possible. Omagazi bebesiya phaya endlini, bamguqule, bamtshintshe the dressings, bamhlambe, bamthini utatam, you know, and he'd be impressed because bangonesi so bayayazi yonke le nto bayenza. But for us, you know, it really meant a lot. My cousins, uSongezo noChulumanci, bebehleli nam nomama ngecawa. Balala phaya endlini, utata ufika endlini ngecawa. Balala endlini, basincedisa uba utata makabe comfortable kule hospital bed yakhe ilapha erumini yakhe. Makasela amanzi, makatye, makathini. They were the ones who saw Tata when he was taking his last breaths. Babona ba hey kubi ngoku. Basincedisa, basingenisa nomama. At least we had that moment with him. Siyanbulela ke nani guys, because I think if beningekho besawusokola. There's Alice's family that I'd like to thank. Omam Mkluza, Ukoko, Mabonza. Okokoko behamba nomama, obhuti bethu base Alice, obhuti Travolta, obhuti Mondli, nonke wethu siyabulela. To everybody who made an effort to go see Utata at the hospital. He really enjoyed it. He was appreciative of the fact that there were people there by his bedside. So thank you to you as well. Lastly, I'd like to thank my mother and my sister. I would choose you guys over again if I could. If I had a choice, I would choose you over and over again. It's been a very difficult couple of weeks. I know Ma was strong, but together we'll get through it. I love you both with all my heart. Dada, thank you for bringing all these people into my life, because without you, I probably wouldn't have met any of them. We love you lots. Heart, heart, heart. And then he would reply, star, star, star.
Okay, and we just have a quick message for our mother. Mama, we wrote you a little tribute yourself. Wanted to say that for many years you raised us as a single mother with the help of many, including our beloved Sis Tozi. You sacrificed many of your own dreams to become a mother to us, a supportive wife to Dada, and the pillar of strength for this household. You did a great job raising us, if we do say so ourselves. Now it's time for you to let go just a little bit and let us take care of you. We're both grown women and are here to listen to your greatest fears, to share your wildest dreams. Dada loved you a lot. Skulule adored you, and we are here to continue with that love and ease the burden a little bit for you. Enkosi, Mama. Later.
Well,
Amanda,
those were Stofile's two daughters.
We have a crisis of time.
So
I'm going to request Imbongi,
very emotional tribute to their father there.
Mosimbonga's co-op programming. So zivele nje ziphakame zakuvukela. I don't know whether that's the right word.
You just listened to Brastov's two daughters, Usive and Nomatahle, paying a very emotional tribute to their father, telling anecdotes of how their father raised them, the family values that he instilled in them, and to make them to be independent women that they are today.
Amongst a lot of things, Tammy, that they've described their father as, I think my favorite is that he was the original Google, very fond to their hearts, and also, you know, giving a little tribute to their mother in terms of the sacrifices she has given, not only to be a good support structure for the father, but the daughters as well.
I also found interesting that apparently their father, Reverend Stofile, tried to recruit them to be the members of the ANC, but it seemed that it's a job that he actually failed to do, but they never joined the ANC.
I think what we can see from the girls as well is that they take a lot after their father in terms of what they've also labeled as being stubborn. So until they have a reason to join the ANC, they've said they'll keep their options open.
Every aspect of life. Stoff was what all revolutionaries need to be, a social critique. Because sometimes we use this term, I'm a revolutionary, when in fact you cannot even criticize and look very critically at the reality that we're confronting. The strength of any revolutionary movement is critical thinking, critical analysis, ability to understand the objective and material conditions obtaining at particular moments in history, and being able to ensure that you design strategies and tactics that respond to that reality. Not create a reality of your own in your own head, as many people seem to do these days. So many of the speakers that follow, I'm sure, will do exactly what Comrade Stoff would have loved. And most of the speakers who spoke, Comrade Charles and others who spoke in the memorial service, did exactly that. They were very critical about our challenges. They look at our challenges in the face and analyze them. Because I think it would be nice by the time we walk out of here, with one resolution, all of us, that the ANC can never be the same. That we must take ourselves out of the current morass we are in as a country and as the movement. So that's the purpose, I think, of having this array of speakers. We allow them time to reflect as hard as they can on the reality that we confronted. Revolutionary movements cease to be revolutionary movement if they are not critical.
All right.
And the African National Congress is a revolutionary movement, and we believe that there can be no stone left unturned in its analysis of the reality that we're confronting. That's what we are hoping the speakers that are coming, and you have heard from the speakers that have spoken before, they were very critical, very direct about the reality that we face as a country. The day before Comrade Stofile went to hospital, I had the opportunity when Utlanga Mandla was saying, when Insa was saying he was speaking at the funeral, when he could not continue to speak, he pulled me and said, "Is what did not speech? Wabe engabhalanga speech." So I had to look at his face and decide what to say. But we had an opportunity of spending almost 2 hours and more with him at his house. In that 2 hours, he was very thoroughgoing, very in-depth in his analysis of the current situation and the challenges we're facing as a movement. He was very critical of what kind of leadership the ANC requires at this moment to take us out of the current morass. He was very focused in telling us how to rebuild the African National Congress, how to ensure that the ideas that we value become ideas of society in general. Because part of the failure we have, we must accept, as Stofile told us, is that once you lose the hegemony, once you are off the intellectual and moral high ground as a movement, your ability to steer transformation will be constrained, if not blocked completely. And Comrade Stock would have told us that we are fast
stepping off the high moral and intellectual ground that these are the forebears left with us as a movement. So I'm calling the speakers, just to manage time, I'm asking that we don't sing in between the speakers, the three speakers, the first speakers. So the first person will come on stage and speak, and as he finishes, I would request the next one to come on stage and speak. Just look at the program, the next three speakers, which is Comrade Sipho Pityana, a tribute from Comrade Mbalula, and a tribute from Trevor Manuel, who will take a very critical period in Stoff's life. He valued that period of the United Democratic Front. He believed that if we can go back to those values that anchored our struggle in that period, probably the ANC will not be in the mess that it is in today. I'm calling upon Comrade Sipho. Can we have one song, and we'll have another song after Comrade Trevor Manuel. Khawuhlabele igwitsho, comrade.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a very interesting program from now on. I've got a feeling, Ivua, that the next three speakers will now begin what in the ANC call the self-critique and the self-introspection, given that the ANC comes from a very difficult period of the local government elections, where it did quite very badly in losing the key three municipalities in the country.
Definitely, Tammy. I also think so. I think even from one of the program directors, Deputy Minister SABC Jonas, he's laying the field and the platform that this is the time to be honest and reflect, which is exactly what Utata would have done, and that's what he was doing. You know, not very closely to the ANC, but giving advice, and this is what he would have wanted.
And he's using quite emotive language to describe the situation the ANC is in at this point. I mean, he's using morass, he's using the mess that we are in. These are very strong words to use to describe the situation that the ANC is in.
Yes, he's definitely also said that the ANC is losing its high moral ground and it needs to then reflect.
Okay, let's now listen to the first speaker, and that is Mr. Sipho Pityana.
Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, former President Kgalema Motlanthe, government leaders here present, Secretary General of the ANC, Comrade Gwede Mantashe, and the leadership of the ANC and the Alliance at large, the Stofile family, Snambi, Mambamba, all protocols observed. Kudala kuthethwa ke apha, so uzawulala ungandivi banditheni. Just in case ungandiva usebuthongweni, anzuthetha apha ndatsho nje umthandazo nomfutshane othi yanga ingqumbo nesingqala sika Stofile zingavakala, yanga inyembezi zakhe in his dying days esithi zange silwele lento kunyembelekile malungisani maqabane zingaviwa ngabantu abahleli apha. May his yearnings for the movement to get back to its former glory be picked up by those amongst us who know what it took for us to get to be a free country. So, Comrade Stofile, umkhulu wam and a great friend. Christians will tell you that when you choose somebody to be a godparent to your child, awukhethi nje nabani. You look for somebody who has certain values, certain character, certain conduct, somebody who represents something. After all, Stofile is a Presbyterian and I'm an Anglican. But as a family, we chose Stofile to be a godfather to our son, Zugisa. We chose this because he lived his Christian belief in his everyday life. He was a man of love. He loved his family. He had great humility and simplicity. He had no heirs. He valued and respected ordinary people, particularly the poor. He was courageous, he was fearless, he was daring. He was principled, he was scrupulous, he stood for something. He championed education, he understood it, understood education, sports and culture as tools for empowerment and development. Stofile was a development activist. Who wouldn't want, as you bring a young life up in this challenging society, to have somebody on your side who helps you bring him up? These are these solid values that made the revolution an attractive project for him. He was destined, therefore, he was grounded to become a public servant in leadership in government, a public servant. So when I talk here about Stofile, a family friend, I really want to reflect on the many conversations that we had, but on the most recent conversations. And I hope by the time I finish, you will have a sense of urgency. Stofile is a revolutionary who died with his boots on, even when some thought they demobilized him to the margins of the polity. When we all sloganeer and cry Amandla, we look all the same. When we sing and chant, our commitment and zeal for the revolution seem to be similar. But in our movement, as in everywhere else, there are different cadres. There are peacetime revolutionaries, and there are true cadres who took risks when it was necessary. Ikhona indoda ke yathi apha zemke inkomo amagwalandini. Ukhubusana lo wayesitsho. In 1906, that was his battle cry. Khubusana, by the way, just in case you didn't know, was one of the founding fathers of the African National Congress. An intellectual, I guess in today's lingua, a clever black. I'm not going to tell you the context in which he said, Zemkingo mama kwalandini. Kodwa ikhona into kula ncwadi ethetha ngengcuka ezambethe imfele zegusha. Ubulele ke zikhona ingcuka nalapha ezambethe imfele zegusha. Uzukhumbula amazwi kaRhubusana xa esithi zemke inkomo amagwalandini. You must ask yourself whether this great revolutionary movement is going to go down and bite the dust even when you are there. That our movement is in crisis is trite and it is beyond question. If you doubted it, look at what happened in the local government elections. The debate for us today, and the debate that we're having with Stofile, was why it is that it is in a crisis. What can we do about it? We've had many conversations, and I'm sure people who visited him in Germany as an ambassador and in other places would have had similar conversations. But one of the conversations we had at General Graber's house at the break of this year with some of the few of his trusted comrades was a very painful conversation. And soon thereafter, we watched and listened, like all of you, the constitutional judgment in April around the Nkandla saga. On the 1st of April, we had a function at which he was present to celebrate my son's graduation. The president of the country made a statement in response to that judgment. We all congregated around the television in anticipation. It sounded like the second Rubicon of F.W. de Klerk. He failed to rise to the occasion. Isinqala nenyembezi zikaThahla uStofile uNdayeni maqabane zezingalwi elulwalweni emagadeni ahlabayo. Let Stofile's cry for the restoration of our movement to its former glory not be in vain. I know we're a movement in denial. For when we talk about why it is where we are, we say it is because of the negative and hostile media. Maybe it is. We say it is because Western government are driving an agenda for a regime change. Maybe it is. We say it is because of clever blacks who are ill-disciplined and arrogant. We say it is NGOs who are agents of foreign interests. But Comrade Stoff would have none of it. He reminded us and reminded me all the time that, remember, O.R. Tambo encouraged us to be cadres with unquestioned loyalty. But here's an important qualification that Oliver Tambo made. That we must also be cadres with questioning loyalty. We must be questioning because answers come from asking difficult questions. And he never failed to ask those difficult questions. So he went beyond these superficial postures. He was able to do so because he never sought to please. He had already nailed his credentials during the tough times because he didn't join the ANC when it was fashionable to do so. He risked his life, safety of his family, his career to associate with the ANC at a time when it was possible to pay the most dear price for doing so. His prognosis for our crisis is that ukufa kusembizeni maqabane. Our setbacks are self-inflicted. We have ceded our moral high ground to the opponents. We say we're a party of the Constitution and we have a right to say so. But many doubt it because we give them reason to do so. For no less a person than the president of our movement and our country takes every opportunity to show nothing but disdain and contempt for our Constitution. We have been a movement from the many years when I joined as a young boy, where the ANC advocated and respected and promoted the independence of the judiciary and separation of powers. Which ANC is this, without any conference resolution, that makes statements that attack judges as counter-revolutionaries? Which ANC is this? We attack and undermine and show complete disdain for Chapter 9 institutions. And by the way, I need to remind you that as O.R. Tambo suffered a stroke, one of the chapters that he wrote as a precursor to this country was a conceptualization of the notion of the Chapter 9 institution. If you didn't know that, go and read the Harare Declaration. Who are these leaders of today who don't have a sense of that history? We are ceding this moral high ground. We're an ANC that can rightly claim that we are champions of human rights, not because it's a Western concept. We were among the first to adopt the African and people's rights. Nobody asked us to. That's why you have a Bill of Rights in our Constitution. But it must be a great shame, mustn't it, that under our own government, we kill in cold blood with horrific brutality workers for going on strike. We murder in full glare of international media Andres Tatane for engaging in service delivery protest. We say we're a party that is against corruption. And yet, at every moment, we're seen to be falling over each other to steal from the poor. All these things we do with absolute impunity. A movement like this prompts Desmond Tutu to take to the media and say, "You do not represent me." Comrades, we can't have that. But you see, this is what I mean when I say that we are ceding moral high ground. And then we look for scapegoats outside. That there are people who do not like us, there are people who are attacking us, there are people who are reporting negatively about us. We must introspect and look at what it is that we're doing wrong. That's what Brastov was arguing. But look at this example that he leaves us with. Unlike some, Brastov showed great respect for public office. He was burdened by the honor and responsibility that came with public office. As you drove here, Ingele is on your right-hand side. It's a rural village. During his tenure as the premier, he didn't give in any special treatment. Look again as you go out, it will be on your left. You will not find a palace worth over 200 million rand, and an extravaganza amidst the sea of poverty. You won't find it. Mambamba's homestead is a decent yet humble abode. Brastov was a scrupulous leader. He knew that as a leader you start with the people and not with yourself. But you see, Udlangamanza, his brother-in-law, Uyinza Suisa, didn't finish the story here. But there's a very important chapter in Brastov's life. He was accused of corruption. A commission of inquiry was appointed. He didn't play avoidance games. He submitted himself to public scrutiny. He didn't mobilize politically. He didn't abuse state institutions to protect himself. He didn't try to block the inquiry. He didn't destabilize the National Prosecution Authority, the police, the intelligence, and other security structures to defend himself. He humbled himself, he showed respect for the law and for the people that put him in position of responsibility. He followed due process. Of course, the Commission of Inquiry made an unfavorable finding. When it made an unfavorable finding against him, he didn't cast aspersion against it. He didn't insult the judiciary. He took the matter on judicial review and cleared his name. Anybody who says Stofile was corrupt today will be wrong, because a judge of a high court found that the Pillay Commission was wrong. Stofile was not corrupt. That's what you do when you respect public office. He had an understanding of public office, respect for the people, and that thing called accountability. Because accountability, you see, is an important measure of respect for the people. It is an important measure of respect for public office. You don't, when you call to account, plunge Parliament into chaos. You don't, when you call to account, plunge constitutional bodies like the Public Protector into enemies of the people when they are not. You don't compromise the hope of the downtrodden and the oppressed people of the country, their own movement, ANC, mobilize it into an organizational machine to defend you in your own transgressions. You don't do that. When the Constitutional Court makes a finding that you broke your oath of office, what it means is that you are honorable no longer. What it means is that you are untrustworthy. Kwabani zemkingo mama kwalandi. Zemkingo mama kwalandi, because today we all call each other comrade, comrade, comrade without distinction. Cadres of Stoff's ilk were sidelined in favor of a different kind of cadre. The new cadre who sees in the ANC an opportunity to get the benefit, because it is rewarding to be associated with the ANC these days. And the queue of people who want to join is long, you don't have to work hard. ANC membership opens up opportunities. So the fight for leadership roles is not about giving, it is about proximity to resources for yourself, for your family, and for your cronies. Several Secretaries General reports to various congresses and policy conferences of the ANC commented about this, but nothing done. And so the reality of the matter is that some of the leaders have been co-opted to be among those who are on the eating trough. So we must ask a question: do we have leaders of a revolution, or do we have full-time thieves and looters? For there can be no doubt today that the balance of forces in the movement has changed. It has changed in favor of the forces of corruption. Sigutyungelwe ngamasela nabahwapilisi. Our movement is captured, and consequently the state is captured. Our revolutionary project is under threat. But here are the consequences. As we abandon the roles
As we abandon the robes, South Lahla Ekaleni is the vato that defined the ANC. There were many others that were only too keen to pick them up and wear them with pride. There were many who were prepared to pick these up and wear them with pride. Ngoku xa ujonga over Honorable Trollope ethetha uthi ingathi ilanda ibithethe embuthweni nje leya. Xa umamele over udali nanga apha ngemva umva ethetha mani ngumcimbi wombutho lo uthethwa ngudala. It is because Tina, our great positions, our great policies, we have abandoned, we insulted in favor of things trivial. In 2004, we had 69% of the electorate. In 2016, we were 54. Comrades, unless, I will say this to you, unless drastic steps are taken today, in 2019 will come down to less than 40%. I want to tell you that all of us are enjoined as disciplined cadres of this movement. Sorry, Comrade Chair, I'll wrap up. We're enjoined as disciplined cadres of the movement to not speak in public, but engage the movement quietly. Many of us have tried. Comrade Stofile himself submitted many letters to the ANC. But guess what? His letters went unanswered. We must ask ourselves if we're about changing our movement's mission. We have come down from where we were. Under this leadership, what we've experienced is a cataclysmic anticlimax. What we're seeing is nothing less like grotesque and unmitigated chaos that prevails. It's time for new leadership. Comrades, leadership is not fun. Leadership is about responsibility. I'm very disappointed that the president was not here because I prepared this speech in anticipation of him being here. If the president was here, I would have asked him as my leader. I would have begged him, I would have pleaded with him. I would have prayed. Bendizamnqenqeza, bendizambongoza. Ndithi mkhulu wam Msholozi Nqamalala, nikezela intambo, kunyembelekile. The next battle cannot be led by a leader that has humiliated our organization and undermined everything that we represent. Comrade SG, I appreciate your presence. And one of the things that I'm very excited about is the decision of the National Executive Committee at its last NEC meeting. The National Executive Committee of the ANC says, with the setback that we have suffered, we take collective responsibility. But you see, Comrade SG, That falls short. That is not good enough. A person who takes responsibility falls on their sword. So the leadership that has got us to a crisis that we're in must also accept that it is not capable of launching us in a new battles to make sure this organization survives. I join others who make the call that it is urgent that an elective conference of the ANC must be held. But that's not enough. I would also suggest that you please convene a committee or a council of stalwarts and veterans of our movement. Comrade Thabo Mbeki, Comrade Kgalema Motlanthe, Comrade Katrada, Comrade Winnie Mandela, Comrade Dennis Goldberg, Comrade Sophie de Brie. Call all of them in, convene them in a special committee that will be responsible for ensuring that we convene a credible elective Congress. I want to ask you to ask the leadership to please consider mandating the Integrity Committee of the ANC to ensure that all delegates who don't go to the next elective Congress subject themselves to a lifestyle audit as Funi Masela as Asmuleles Ninko Keli after this. I pray, comrades, that we find younger leaders. It's about time those amongst us who are aged spend their time playing with their grandchildren. They need us. I will conclude with this, that Lama Kabane ahamba embutweni aya kwi-COPE, aya kwi-EFF, aya kwi-United Front, the disgruntled ones who didn't vote, don't give up, comrades. Let's come back and fight. This battle is not over. And so if we really want Prastov, Allah Ngoxolo, if we want this Christ in his deathbed not be in vain, we must do exactly these things. Zemkingomo makwalandini. Rest in peace, Tasha. Dayeni. Shabangobobende. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was one of the veterans of the ANC, Mr. Sipho Pityana, with a very hard-hitting speech there.
Very hard.
Self-critiquing the ANC problems. He says the problems that the ANC is facing today are actually self-inflicted.
Definitely, Tammy.
These are the problems that the ANC has created for itself.
Yes.
Issues of leadership, issues of members who do not respect the Constitution.
Definitely, Tammy, and he's saying that, you know, this is the time where they need to have an introspection and be clear on what needs to be done in order to regain the power that they had, as well as the confidence within the South African people.
The funeral of Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile seems to have turned now into a battleground where the ANC is taking the stage to ask itself very difficult questions about what happened to this organization. Why is it facing the problems that it is facing? It reminds me of what we used to see in the late 80s and the early 90s, when funerals used to be these kinds of battlegrounds, when the organization would chart a way forward in terms of what needs to be done.
And where people could find a speaking place, a venue where they can actually speak to the leadership as well. Utata Upitana definitely said Stofile's cry for the revolution to a former glory is on debate for today.
This could very well be now the beginning of a moment to turn the ANC around. We now have on the podium the Minister of Sport, Fikile Mbalula.
Long live
of our fallen hero, long live. Amandla. Viva African National Congress, viva. Viva ANC, viva. Watinta Bafazi. Roar, young lions, roar. Viva Bafundisi, viva. Long live the church, viva. Long live Nelson Mandela, long live. Long live Oliver Tambo, long live. Thank you very much. Program directors, to the bereaved family, umama wethu, umambaba, usisnambita, nabantwana baka Prastof, and the entire family. Othatha Kandayen, Ofaku, Nodlangisa, Nodlangamandla, sorry. The confusion with DJ Pemi. Comrades and friends, the Deputy President of our country and all colleagues, ministers present here in our cabinet, comrades, leaders of the African National Congress, Secretary General, Treasurer General, National Chairperson, and all members of the National Executive Committee. Dikhahlele kwinkosi nokumkani ezikhoyo apha namhlanje, all sports people present here today. It is a great honor and privilege and my singular honor to stand here, requested by the family, to speak on behalf of the sport movement and fraternity. I want to start by saying to our fallen hero, Comrade Stoff, abantu bakho bonke bakhona apha namhlanje. From Sunrock, NSC to SASCOC, all leaders of the sports movement are present here to say farewell to you. Umfundisi have played his role in sport. When he was called upon to fight the racist regime, he did that with diligence and distinction. When he was asked to negotiate a political settlement and lay the foundation for the unity of sports in South Africa, he did that in his generation with distinction. When he was asked to participate in government and lead sport and lead the Eastern Cape, he did that with distinction. I dare say we are here in the presence of greatness. Silapha namhlanje sizoqala emswaneni sithi mfundisi usebenzile. Uwile umthi omkhulu. The great and the big tree of the baobab has fallen. We don't tell lies when we say you have done your duty. You have served your people with distinction. Normally when people are no more, we tend to exaggerate their life, tell lies and things that they did not represent. None of the people I've listened to who have spoken here have told lies about Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile. Umfundisi ebene mqolo ibingolona ichwaku into enganamva nomphambili. He will say his views, whether we like it or not, he will put them across. When he was reshuffled by the ANC, he did not complain. He called me to the office, and probably I'm one of the few who got a proper handover in government. Normally when you are sacked, ulibala nebhaki yakho office and just leave, because the position was the most important thing. And he sat me down and took me through the challenges of sports and the important policies that must be implemented. He said to me, there are few crooks in sport, but they tend to be exaggerated, and there are many people of goodwill. And you must focus on them and not on the crooks. And he said to me, Mbalula, I'm very happy that the ANC have given you this task, because it has been my mission to get a younger person, an African, to lead this portfolio. And never say at any time, you don't know where to go, I'm always in your corner. And he didn't only say that in words. In our personal conversation, he reduced that in writing and left it with me in the office. He never showed or displayed any signs of bitterness. He said, I've always been here to serve the movement, and I'm prepared to go anywhere to serve the African National Congress. In our politics today, where we believe that a position is more important than the organization, I guess Reverend Stofile would have formed a political party and mobilized people in corners to protest his removal from cabinet. He did not. He settled for a position far away, deployed by the movement in Germany, Munich, to serve our people. And he did that equally with distinction. Bob Marley says, most of us, we are poor because we are rich. With the only thing that we have is money. Brastov did not have money, but he was rich in spirit. But he was rich in spirit. And today, we're implementing the foundation and the policies that they've designed as a sports movement in the country. When we talk about transformation, we don't talk about a fashionable term. It is something that was conceptualized long before in the unity talks in South Africa. Omfundisi, they met and agreed that kufuneka kube nenguqu kwezemidlalo, that an African black child, the playing field must be leveled. I come to send a life favor to play for rugby or for cricket. We equally can perform and produce the results. And the only important thing is that there must be willingness and there must be policies to accelerate transformation in sport. And that is what we are doing today within the sports movement. And I want to say, Mfundisi, we are indeed implementing some of the policies you and your generation have actually designed. Asijiki, asibuyi mva, siyawaleqa ababantu ababangafuni nguqu kwezemidlalo. And then we say to them, time is now to transform sport for better in South Africa. If you don't want to, we will push you and ensure that we implement policies that will ensure that there is transformation in South Africa. Today we are making headways in sport. Mfundisi led the struggle to ensure that Caster Semenya's dignity is defended. And I'm happy to announce, Mfundisi, wherever you are, on your deathbed, Caster Semenya won us a gold medal in Rio Olympics. Wade van Niekerk won us a gold medal in a broken record. Broken the world record in the Rio Olympics. Nothing compared to anybody in the history of South Africa. We are making strides. For the first time in South Africa, we brought 10 medals from the Rio Olympics. And yonke lonto yimisebenzi kaMfundisi and his generation. So we salute you, we salute your generation, and we say farewell, knowing very well that you have done your duty to ensure that sport in South Africa is accessible to all, and every child in our country has an opportunity to participate. I just want to say, because the heated topic is about the plurality of the ideas and what you represented. And I'm not shocked to hear from comrades who had an opportunity to interact with you how you feel about us today. But being an ANC and the organization that I belong to, the ANC embraced the principle of progressive dissent and the plurality of ideas within the organization. Criticism and self-criticism has been the critical principle that have guided our movement over the years. I'm not qualified, nor am I a recipient of the news directed to the leadership of the ANC today. I am here on behalf of government and the sports movement. The leadership of the African National Congress is here, and if not here, it is listening. And that is what is important. I'm not an opportunist. I will never stand here and criticize the decisions that I've been part of. I'm part of that criticism. What you are criticizing of our leadership, I'm part of it. And I'm saying a self-respecting organization listens to its members and its constituency. And that is what is important. In the ANC, it has become fashionable when people express in a disciplined way their views. Bakhonjwa ngomnyango, bayagxothwa. Komntu ekufuneka agxothwe embuthweni. Masiwave la maqabani kuthathini. Because asibafuni bethetha pha. Xa bathetha ngomfundisi akho mntu uzawuthetha ubuxoki, uthetha le nto uReverend Stofile beyiyo. Ndimazi mna lo ngqo. Kuthi umfundisi, this is who he was and what he stood for. And I believe that our movement, the African National Congress, will have learned that our enemies will not be generous with us. Our opponents will equally not be generous with us. Our policies have not failed. But what is important is that behind those policies, who are the human beings and the warm bodies that are given the task to implement those policies? Comrades, we must not, in our criticism, forget that our enemies will never celebrate our criticism with us. The ANC must leave. The ANC is the organization of the people and that its hope is with the people. For what you criticize is what we must listen and absorb. But we must not bury our organization. Equally, leadership must listen and not bury its head in the sand and say that those who criticize and behave like as if it is business as usual. At any given point in time, revolutions have been tested and have been lost. And that is what we told our comrades in Pretoria, in Tshwane. We told our comrades in Nelson Mandela. When you say that if I'm not made a mayor at all cost, no Mbalula, no vote, what do you mean? And this is what we got. No Mbalula, no vote is there in Pretoria, is there in Nelson Mandela Bay. And this is what is important for our organization, to equally observe when we go forward, to understand that the masses of our people are not merely voting cattle. They too can be contested and be influenced. And it is important that we must fight for them not to be captured. And for us to do that, we must live up to their expectations. And I'm saying, comrades, we've got a mammoth of task. I've got no such locus standi to speak on behalf of the African National Congress. But because this is a platform of reflections in the true spirit of the person who lies here, I think I will be given an opportunity to also share my perspective. And I'm saying that in sharing that particular perspective, it is important to observe equally our subjective weaknesses that can cause a revolution. And it is important when the ANC does so, the strategic initiative and the terrain is not dictated to us by our opponents and the counter-revolution. What do I mean by that? The ANC must occupy as its prerequisite to deploy and recall its own deployees. If the ANC were to recall anybody, it must be the dictate of the African National Congress. Not because the opposition have said that and have occupied the moral high ground on our behalf. It must be the decision of the African National Congress. And the ANC must take that decision informed, not simply because of the fact that we ourselves, we were not alive to the reality that faced the organization at that given point in time. And I'm happy the comrades who speak here today are not in any structure of the organization. And I will not look at them in a negative sense that bateta into engekhoyo. And as a leader, uthatha lo mphako sibuyele nawo emva. Thethe kabuhlungu uBhutsipho. Ubethe ndava kabuhlungu ezimbambeni. Ndava ukuthi uyatsho kakuhle. Andikuvalanga entweni ndikuve ngendlebe zami zimbini ukuthi uthini. Ubungangingizi ubungateketi ubutsho kakuhle. Ndikuvile ukuthi ubusithini. Andinawuthi xa ndiphuma abandithi andimvanga uSipho Pityana besithini. Ayilo khansela ke uSipho Pityana. Ayiyo meya, ayiyo minister, uyazithethela nje emncwabeni kaStof ukuthi uBrastof ebesithini. Asivile loo nto ubuyitsho. Abendingekho umfundisi xa kethethe izinto eKapa nalapha sisinambitha. Uyandazi ke sawusoloke sigcwele yonke indawo. Ithe xa ndibuya eBrazil kusithiwa umfundisi usishile okanye uyagula. Ndafonela uSG. uSG wathi ndithumele itayi ezimbini ze-ANC ngomso ndiyanyuka. Besikuyi-election door to door. Bekunzima. Ndithi nxe uba mhlawumbe kunothiwa hayi asikange siye kumfundisi siyombona. Abanye bethu besingazi. Nditsho ne-phone call akange siyifumane. Uyabona umuntu xa sekegula egulela ukufa. Mamelani umuntu xa sekegula egulela ukufa, dignity goes with the family. You wouldn't rush to go and actually you give that peace, but it happened so fast. Kwathiwa umfundisi uyagula in 1 month, In less than a month, he was no more. And when we came back from Brazil on Monday, I was called by Graham Abrams, and I was also with Gideon Sam. We spoke about it. That when we went to visit the athletes, President, what he, let's go to Gayo, let's go and see him at the hospital. On our way back, coming back home, Umfundisi was gone. And I think in that sense, when we came to the family to pass our condolences, and we saw Usis Nambi Tanabandwan, and they explained the ordeal, I will say, Tatla Usebenzil. And the fact that you were able to gather your family and say, release me, they wouldn't go ba ukufa akukheleki, especially to somebody that you loved. We may say that you released him, but the pain of having a father and being taken away by death is not an easy one. And ngaloma azwi sikhala nani, we are with you. He was one person who served our organization and our sporting fraternity with diligence. Umfundisi, when he passed on, he was the vice president of the World Anti-Doping Agency, of which we elected him in Johannesburg. But the sports movement did not end there. At the sports awards, the sports movement decided that we must honor Umfundisi with the Steve Tshwete Lifetime Achievement Award. Because to us, it is about memory against forgetting. We cannot forget Umfundisi and his generation for what they did for sport and for our liberation in this country. For all other things that you have said, they remain with us. Asizukwazi utshonisa inhloko zethu emngonyeni, kuzafuneka sivele and attend the challenges that we are faced with. Thank you, family, for giving us the opportunity to be here today and ask us to represent the fraternity of sport. It's been an honor. But I know that in our midst here, there are many people who can speak about Umfundisi and his role in sport more than what we can do. We are simply chosen by history to be here at this point in time. Thank you very much, Program Director. Thank you very much. Siyabule, enkosi.
Well, that was the Minister of Sports, Fikile Mbalula, delivering his tribute to Umfundisi Makhenkesi Stofile. Yes.
Comrades and friends, let me greet his Nambi and the girls. Let me greet Mam Stofile. Let me greet the Siwisa family, Deputy President, former President, Ministers, SG, TG, Chairperson, comrades and friends. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. Much has been said, and it's not my responsibility to traverse that ground again. I do want to say, pick up from what Prof. Tom said earlier and say that it's imperative that we take stock of the crossroads that the country is at. There's a very strong message that has been given to us on the 3rd of August, and it says that the working class in the cities of South Africa have turned their backs on the movement that has represented its interests for so long. That is the message that we must take, internalize, and recognize that much of it, as has been said, is self-inflicted. The challenge before us today is to draw from the life of Comrade Stoff and recognize a few things. The first of that is his style of leadership was inclusive and it was multidimensional. If you try and understand his life, it was all of the things that have been spoken about that have convened us here, even though we may have been part only of one element of it. He was an educator, a pastor, a sports person, and a sports administrator, Moreover, he was a revolutionary, a family person, a community leader. He was all of these things, and he didn't sacrifice the one part of it for the other. In fact, he worked and lived in a way where there were no contradictions between the various parts of his life. It's a very strong message. It's a very strong message because it was that allowed us to learn from him, and his style was not one that saw him get up and point fingers at others. It was one that was premised on the best traditions of love of leadership, a love of service, and a leadership through service. All of us who had contact with him before and during the UDF and since that period would be able to attest to that particular feature of his style, one that allowed for others to be included regardless of where they came from. It was that spirit that in fact drove the UDF to become an inclusive movement that understood its place in history and its responsibility as not replacing a bigger movement. But it was a movement that was premised on inclusivity, not only on non-racism and non-sexism, but also it was a movement that was able to draw together uniquely the South African Council of Churches, the Call of Islam, Jews for Justice. It was able to draw together rugby unions, football clubs, ballroom dance associations. It was able to take struggle into sectors that hitherto had been almost inconceivable. It was able to take struggle to parts of our geography that we didn't even know existed. It existed as a big education to all of South Africa. To some extent, as Comrade Sipho said, we've lost some of that. We've lost some of that inclusivity, and we've lost some of the values that drove a movement that was able to draw on the strengths of comrades like Comrade Stofile and take it forward. You see, now we must be careful because much of that history of the 80s through produced the militants that contributed greatly to what we have as a democracy in South Africa. It's a fruit of participation that all South Africans have tasted. And because of that, we need to be careful about how we deal with our people. You see, when we say to a priest, preach on Sunday and don't be a Christian on Monday, we are inciting a revolution against the state. Because people like Stoff were Christians in thought, word, and deed and acted it out every single day. It's a style of life and not a job. When you say to sports administrators, well, just focus on the skill set of the athletes and not on the athlete in society, you fail to understand exactly where we come from. When you say to educators, run through the syllabus but don't make your students clever, you fail to understand the African National Congress, its traditions, a movement that has had very strong intellectual threads and foundations. And when we fail to understand where we come from, we will fail to serve our people in the future. That is the crossroads that we stand at, and I think the life of Comrade Stoff, the way in which he brought all the strands together in his style of persuasive leadership, represents that for us. And so as we stand before his casket today, it's important that we not just look back on the story of a long struggle, but we ask ourselves what equips us to deal with the present and the future. The people have spoken, we have to respond, and we have to respond indeed and demonstrate that the people have observed the wrongs that others have spoken of here, Budhinsa and Sipho amongst them. Those wrongs are there. Those who were with Comrade Stoff towards the end know how he felt about these issues. We shouldn't just come here and look at the past of his life. We must make a pledge about the future and understand that it's entirely in our hands to make this country an inclusive place that will serve the interests of those who at this stage, still 22 years into our democracy, are poor and dispossessed. That must change. It's in our power. We have the Constitution, we have the power of state, we have the responsibility, and in fact we have the historical challenge to do it. That's what we must take out of the moment now. I believe that we're capable. We cannot sell our people short. Amandla.
We now reached a point where we'll be calling the former president of the country, Comrade Kgalema Motlanthe Mkhulwa, to the stage to address us. We have a serious crisis of time. So I'll ask you to avoid singing so that we move the program faster. Over to you.
And Yabulela, Program Director, Deputy Minister Jonas. Ntumele ngibue Sesotho ke lebise hlompho ho lapa la ba Stofile le ba Siwisa ke re ho bona le tshidisehe dikeledi tsa lona ke tsa rona. Your Excellency, Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, honorable ministers and deputy ministers here present, the Premier of the Eastern Cape, and all members of the Provincial Executive Council, our religious leaders, Okumkani, Namakhosi, Umthonyama, the leadership of the African National Congress, SG, TG, the national chairperson, and all members of the National Executive Committee. And the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Fort Hare, Professor Mvuyo Tom, and members of the Council, comrades and friends, distinguished guests. On an occasion like this, mainly impossible to express gratitude for the invitation extended by the hand of fate to deliver an address meant to bid farewell to one of your own. It is pain, sorrow, and grief that have conspired to bring us down here to Fort Hare this morning to lay to rest the mortal remains of Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile, a comrade, a leader, and a brother in struggle. After traversing a long, rugged, and exacting period of history, Comrade Stoff came to the terminal point of his life, as we all will someday. Comrade Stoff parted ways with this mortal coil to repose in eternal peace on the other side of mortality, while his infectious laughter was still capable of reminding us of how wonderful it is to be human. For that and other reasons, we will miss him forever. Among the many foibles with which human life is fraught is the tendency to take for granted even that which lightens up our mundane lives, such as Comrade Stoff's electrifying character. It is only when we wake up to the staggering news of the disappearance from our midst of those we love, that we suddenly realize the magnitude of the loss we have suffered in human terms. This loss that strikes us after the departure of our loved ones is best captured in the poem Without You by Odia Ofeimun, who reminds us that, and I quote, "In your absence, my life is all a stammer, hunted down by a non-existent tomorrow. I feel guilty of sins I have not committed, born of the wings of incessant fears. Without you, my earth suffers a demise of colors, as when a guest leaves a house at night, the light goes out." And I close quote. While Comrade Stoff will no longer bear the brunt of stresses and strains of the human condition, we whose lives he touched in the unique way that his soul was constituted are left reeling under the unbearable loss for which no recompense is conceivable. Human vulnerability to the arbitrary acts of fate's intervention in human life can only be offset by setting our sights on memories left behind. To mollify our pain, soothe our grief, and assuage our sorrow, we can only focus our minds on the worthy life Comrade Stoff lived, which endowed the human experience with imperishable memories. A product of a complex of influences and a man of many parts to boot, his immense contribution to the historical process was as expansive as the variety of the talents which he so lavishly shared throughout his well-lived life. His varied and ample contribution to our lives in a single lifetime seemed to have been spurred on by the realization that one day the day will come when the day will not come. In all, he leaves behind him 58 years of contribution to the struggle for human freedom, from political oppression, economic exploitation, and social discrimination. Knowing no bounds, his huge contributions continued into the historical phase of a free South Africa, serving the South African people with distinction and aplomb. In both phases of the historical process, the liberation struggle and the governance of a free South Africa, he was laboring within the framework of his political home, the African National Congress. Within the philosophical framework of this political home, he was driven by the strategic vision to see through a united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and just society that valued humanity in its diversity. Human beings are attracted to political parties of certain kinds, not so much because they have no other options, but because such formations happen to tug at the core of their souls. Individuals join political parties that seemed nearest to the deepest ideals they cherish. Upon realizing that such political parties would be vehicles to translate into reality their aspirations, they make common cause with such formations. In like manner, Comrade Stoff cast his lot with the African National Congress by dint of the resonances of its tenets to his mode of being. Such defining principles constitutive of the ANC's philosophical character spurred him on throughout his political life, shoring up his confidence in the moral correctness of his cause. Having found a concrete historical expression for his personal yearnings, he remained a member for his remaining natural life. While the historical record will tell posterity that the ANC developed comrades such as Comrade Stoff into formidable revolutionaries, it will most likely forget that Comrade Stoff and many like him equally contributed to the growing stature of the ANC in their own humble ways. Awed by the impersonal forces of history or nature, we tend to succumb to form instead of the exacting study of the essence. In consequence, as the late 15th century poet and reformer Kabir would put it, and I quote, "All know that the drop merges into the ocean, but few know that the ocean merges into the drop," close quote. By the same token, it is often when mortality strikes down one of us that we suddenly face the task of painting a portrait of the departed, during which process we discover much to which familiarity had blunted our sense of discernment during the days of their lives. Such, I dare say, is the case with the life of Comrade Stoff. True, we are conversant with the mundane facts of his biography. We know that he had a scholarly mind. We know that he was passionately keen on sports. We know that he was a man of the cloth. We know his political life. His staggering contributions in all these and other fields are well known nationally and internationally. Yet we may have failed to notice the forces responsible for alluring him to a life of religion in the way that he was. We may have failed to realize that the choices humanity makes about the course of life humanity follows are the manifestation of the state of our soul. We may have failed to discern the essence of the underlying interconnectedness between his political convictions, his religious beliefs, and his social predilections, all of which point to a deeply penetrating comprehension of the wholesomeness of human life. Despite our failure to notice this complexity of multiple yet related selves on his part, this much we know. Comrade Stoff lived simply that others may simply live. On political level, Comrade Stoff saw the bleak dissonance into which birth had cast his life and that of the oppressed at large in the context of the Christian religion. His was a contextual religion, a liberation theology that put humankind at the center of existence. In his spiritual makeup, the concept of intergenerational justice was innate to the logic of being itself. It was ontologically self-evident. In much the same way, related ideals that underpinned modern political culture, such as equality, respect for human life, human dignity, human progress, unity, democracy inhered in this logic of being. They simply elevated human existence. To have an even keener sense of Comrade Stoff's view of the struggle, we simply need to take a peek into his character, which we will find to be wholesome from all angles. Such exalted life Comrade Stoff lived did not make him infallible, for it is also an ineluctable element of the human condition to make mistakes. Out of the act of making mistakes that we grow as human beings. As they say, to err is human. Yet, it is no less human to admit our mistakes. Similarly, it is no less human to be contrite and ask for forgiveness every time we err, particularly we who are privileged enough to occupy positions of national responsibility. Comrade Stoff knew that saying sorry for one's mistakes did not diminish one's stature. His grounding in Christian precepts enabled him to know that saying sorry is a cosmology of high consciousness. Comrade Stoff stood out in all the important positions he occupied, regional, national, and indeed international, including the World Anti-Doping Agency Vice Presidency, to which he was elected in 2013, representing our government. What made him stand out was the fact of his moral stature. He understood moral rectitude as the ontological condition of humanity, giving form and content to an elevated form of leadership. His expansive historical imagination drew on the rich ethical and moral traditions of the ANC stretching back to its founding. Such traditions were not delineated by the period of anti-apartheid struggle. Instead, they transcended time and space to the extent that they sought the creation of a new humanity and with that, a new society. Thus, immersed in exalted forms of consciousness, historicized by the ANC's moral claims, Comrade Stoff at once developed and internalized a highly refined sense of moral duty to all the people of South Africa, thereby inoculating himself from the all too real corrosiveness of power. Underpinning his enduring ethical orientation was the ancient African wisdom that states that umuntu ngabantu. Like the African philosopher John Beatty, he understood this maxim to say, I am because we are, and since we are, therefore I am. Flowing from this maxim are profound implications which are not just limited to the parameters of the revolutionary African nationalism that sought to recognize our full humanity. His moral vision was more than that. In this African maxim, existing within moral framework of the ANC that covered the historical sweep of its existence, he appreciated the imperatives that pointed to the supremacy of the general over the particular. Predicating our political and social existence within such theoretically sophisticated imperatives in part means accepting the precedence of society's interests over our own individual interests. It means our character, our personality, our feelings, and everything that is in the personal zone of being plays second fiddle to the universal human interests. That would mean defending even those we personally detest as and when they advance the general interests. It means grounding our politics in lived experience so that what we say equals what we do. In this regard, Comrade Stoff did not have to embroil himself with such abstractions that consciously preached the theory of the supremacy of the general over the particular. All he needed to do was understand that he was in the struggle for the good of humanity. Proceeding from that conception, he would not be found wanting morally as he was in service to a higher moral vision. It is only when our conscious actions are constrained by a high moral purpose that transcends our personal interests and our egos that we as human beings are able to serve others with impeccability. This would explain Comrade Stof's modest and unpretentious life to his last day. This would explain why Comrade Stof never used public office for self-enrichment. This would explain why Comrade Stof was and is, in his small way, a towering moral figure. Across human history, men and women have evolved high moral characters within clear religious, cultural, philosophical, or political framework grounded in ethical paradigms. With clearly articulated moral and ethical mode of existence, societies are able to be driven by high-level critical consciousness, which at once withstands moral regression, even as it valorizes morally weighted starting points. All this is not to say that Comrade Stof will always be remembered as a model of ethical propriety to the world that ritually worships at the altar of conspicuous consumerism. Indeed, men and women of Stof's stature are easily forgotten by wider society once their mortal remains have been deposited into the bowels of the earth. His good name is unlikely to be evoked in boardrooms or classrooms. It will not be a staple fare in political debates or a center of elevated moral discourse in public conversations. The political pall of roguery and reprobation will not dissipate at the mention of his name. Be that as it may, in the annals of the history of both South African liberation struggle and the democratic experience, posterity will find Comrade Stof to be among men and women against whom there was no moral complaint. A man of common touch and all seasons, was held in high esteem in all the domains in which he was immersed due to the moral worth. In the words of Sir Leslie Stephen, and I quote, "Nothing could be told by those who have the fullest means of knowledge which would not confirm the highest estimate derivable from his writings of the tenderness of the heart and the moral worth of his nature, and all that could be told would tend to justify the profound affection with which they cherished his memory," close quote. In conclusion, let us rejoice in the fact that there once was among us a man of flesh and blood named Makhenkesi Stofile, who was an agent of change who helped define the imperatives of his age. While at it, let us also accept that much as we needed him, that man does no longer belong to us. He belongs to the ages. Once again, to the Stofile family, as well as the Suisa family, Uma Munambita and Mambamba, we say, may you be spared all the sorrow, and so may his soul rest in eternal peace. And I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Can I take the opportunity to call upon the Premier of the province, Phumulo Masualle, to address us?
Thank you so much, program directors, His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, His Excellency former President of the Republic, Comrade Khalema, the Judge President and members of the Judiciary present, the Vice Chancellor of the University, the Chairperson of Council and other Council members, the ministers, Deputy Ministers, former ministers, members of the Executive Council, ikumkani ezikhoyo apha phakathi kwethu, zikho zoshumi ikumkani zethu kwiphondo lethu, bahlekazi nenkosi zonke ndiyanikhahlela, the religious leaders, all of them who are present with us, the community of Alice at large, fellow mourners, more importantly, usapho othahla kandayeni, isihlobo nezalamane odlangamandla kunye nomama ubamamba. On behalf of the government and the people of the Eastern Cape, let me extend our deepest and heartfelt condolences to the family on the passing of our leader, our dear Mfundisi. The polished imprint left by Mfundisi in his travels will continue to sparkle long after his departure. One Frederick Douglass makes a point as follows, and I quote, "Without struggle, there is no progress." Here lies a man whose entire life resonated with both struggle as well as progress. From New Brighton to Bedford, Adelaide, Kiskamahook, we continue to point many advances that sprouted from the scorched earth policies of the past. Mfundisi laid a strong foundation in the administration to bring unity of disparate forces that formed part of the Eastern Cape prior to 1994. Here, I can mention that it is not by chance that he departs at this time when we celebrate a number of historical epochs that characterize our evolution as society. The Forte itself is celebrating its centenary celebrations, the year-long celebrations. We're also celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Women's March to Union Buildings, as well as the 20th anniversary of this democratic constitution. In their totality, these events represent many strata of our society that we speak about when we refer to the motive forces of social change. It is true struggles fought by many women gathered here today, as well as elsewhere, that we owe the many advances that our country as well as our province has registered thus far on our long walk to freedom. It is true the many sacrifices paid by various detachments of our brave and courageous young people who throughout the course of our history have fought to turn our country away from a bastion of apartheid to one of hope. Today, through their struggles, South Africa is where it is and celebrates the kind of democracy we have that is unshakable, as recently demonstrated. As the people of the Eastern Cape, we truly remain indebted to the struggles that his generation and generations before him, they have brought us this freedom. We are truly indebted to them for that. It would be as historical not to recognize that many of these advances we continue to make in transforming the lives of our province, of our people, as this fifth administration came about as a result of the multifaceted struggles waged by Reverend Stofile and many of our leaders, mainly and especially in the field of education. Here at Forte, where we are gathered to bid him farewell, it bears testimony to the groundwork that has resulted in this university producing many capable leaders that currently serve our people in many sectors. We continue to be beneficiaries of the foundation laid by Umfundisi, as well as Omrey, who was the first premier of this province. Program directors, among other things, we will miss from the departure of Umfundisi is his wit and engaging manner, a man who kept his common touch. You could have chosen to live a quiet life as a religious minister, yet you took sides with the poor and the marginalized. Under your leadership, we strengthened our base, we strengthened our communication with the religious communities and traditional leaders, and today they stand as reliable partners in the fight against racism and many other social ills in our province. We interact and engage with them on an ongoing basis on many of the challenges faced by our people in their various facets. I could mention ukuthwalwa kwamantombazana amancinane. We know very well of your efforts in trying to rid our society of such scourge, as well as in the period of circumcision, where we see many of our young still die whilst they are undertaking that important passage. Umfundisi that I've come to know has been described here, and many of the speakers who spoke really brought across the character of Umfundisi. Umfundisi, as was described, left nothing unattended. He was capable of being robust and challenging to issues. I think he would have expressed his views very, very sharply in terms of the performance that we see of our government, but as well the performance of the African National Congress. He came across as an extremely disciplined activist of the movement. Forthright as he was, he also had the ability to be tenacious, to lead people together with him, to understand where we have to get to. We say kuye uThahla ahambe kakuhle kunjalo nje akho nto simkrokrela ngayo, uwenzile owakhe umsebenzi wasikhokhela kakuhle. Program Director, permit me, it would be amiss of me as chairperson of the ANC in the province not to make a few remarks, because he led the African National Congress here, not only as a member of the National Executive Committee. On numerous occasions, he led us as a Provincial Executive Committee here. We stand on the shoulders of such great men and leaders of the caliber of Brastoff. One of the things he was strong at was in the area of strategy and tactics. I did share this in the memorial service, that he was quick to point out that you are missing the point, and that he would always want to make you see his point. I'm sure he would, and where he is right now, wants us to do this very deep introspection, a reflection, so that we can put right what is not right. And as this province, together with our leadership, we will embark into that exercise in his honor. I am sure, this is me speaking, an event like this, like we have here, with all the people here to pay our respects to this great leader, of course, because his life revolved around the African National Congress. He is inseparable. Brastoff is the African National Congress. In fact, when we reflect on what to do from here, of course, we've got to do so in appropriate platforms. And I really appreciate that most of us here are members of the African National Congress. We love the African National Congress. Of course, we also have here those who aren't members of the African National Congress. We may not say everything else about what we must do in the presence of those who want to see us fail. I am sure you would have cautioned us to be disciplined and orderly in us confronting the challenges of what needs to be attended to. But we say, rest in peace, Tlasa. We will continue from where you've left off. Thank you.
We now reach the point where we have to call upon the Deputy President of the country and the Deputy President of the African National Congress to address.
Okay, stop it. Amandla. Amandla. Viva ANC, viva. Molweni. Dumelang. Sanbonani. Abisheni. Dimasiari. Program Director, the Stofile family, Sis Nambita, the Siwisa family, the Secretary General of the African National Congress, the Treasurer General of the ANC, the National Chairperson of the ANC, Comrade Kgalema Motlanthe, former Deputy President of the ANC and former President of our Republic, members of the National Executive Committee, past and present, the Premier of the Eastern Cape and the Chairperson of the ANC in the Eastern Cape, as well as members of the Provincial Executive Committee, ministers, deputy ministers, MECs, traditional leaders of our people here in the Eastern Cape, members of Parliament, members of the Provincial Legislature, members of local government, and yes, the Executive Mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay, who is here, and other mayors, members of the diplomatic corps, representatives of religious organizations, the Vice Chancellor of Forte University, Professor Tom, and representatives of the academia who are here, as well as the leaders of the sporting fraternity, comrades and friends and fellow South Africans. This is a rather special occasion, an occasion where we've not only come to bid farewell to Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile, but for us in the African National Congress, it feels like a cadres forum where the leadership of the African National Congress has also come here to feel the pulse of the membership of the African National Congress. And I will come back to this point. We gather here to bid farewell, indeed, to one of the Eastern Cape's and South Africa's finest sons, Comrade Stoff, a beloved comrade and a friend, embodied in his personal makeup, his social and political consciousness, and his religious devotion. More than most, the values and the qualities that I would say many of us seek in ourselves. He embodied incredible values that many of us would have wanted to see in ourselves. His whole life, his personality, and his political as well as social consciousness was shaped and molded by his organization, the African National Congress, an organization to which he devoted his life's work, an organization that he deeply loved, an organization that he remained a member of, and may I add, a disciplined member of, until his dying day. He was a revolutionary reverend, as well as a revolutionary politician. And many of us ascribed a number of titles to his various names. We called him Brastoff, and I've often thought whether one could have had a revolutionary bra, and maybe he was the leading revolutionary bra. He was unwavering in his faith, and he was very firm in his political convictions, and he was a principled political leader. He lived his life in pursuit of the biblical injunction that the oppressed shall be set free and the hungry shall be fed. And as we gather here on this sad day, but also a celebratory day, we can say with conviction that Brastoff's life was not given to regret, for he was an architect of hope and a combatant for social justice. As we gather here, we celebrate a life lived in devotion. We celebrate the outstanding contribution that he has made to our country and its people. And even as he can no longer utter a single word, we can say that we are hearing his many words. Brastoff spoke eloquently through many voices today. His remarkable life will continue to embolden the hearts of those who knew him to deepen the struggle of equality and for dignity. And even as we pay tribute to his outstanding contribution, we yearn at this moment in the history of our nation for people of the caliber and of the character of Comrade Stoff. Comrade Stoff was a person of great courage. That is one of the key attributes that I think many of us will remember him for. He risked his life for his people and his movement. He is one of many leaders and members of our movement who endured persecution as well as imprisonment. He fought for the people no matter the personal cost, because it was what his consciousness or his conscience demanded. When the apartheid security apparatus was at its most powerful, when its Bantustan proxies were at their most brutal, he was prepared to stand up for what was right and good and true. He was even prepared to endure pain and suffering and to sacrifice to protect others. A week before he died, he was visited by one of the comrades that he worked with.
They reminisced about the past, but more specifically about how this comrade, having been arrested, refused to testify against Comrade Stoff. They recalled that when he heard about her dilemma, he sent a message to her, to her mother, and to other comrades, and insisted that she should testify against him. He was concerned that if she did not testify, she would herself be sentenced to prison for refusing to testify against him. She struggled with this for quite a while. And as the messages kept coming from Comrade Stoff, she relented. She testified, but during her testimony, she perjured herself. He achieved his objective. She did not go to prison, but he was sentenced to 12 years imprisonment. Comrade Eddie Funde, who was our representative of the ANC, that is, during the years of banning, recalls how in 1984, when he was the ANC chief rep in New Zealand, Comrade Stoff testified in a New Zealand court against the All Blacks tour to South Africa. His testimony led to the tour being stopped. On his return, he was arrested because of his testimony. Leaders who are prepared to sacrifice their own freedom and well-being and stand in harm's way to save others and to bear testimony to the truth the way that Comrade Stoff did are rare. These are the types of defining attributes that we want in our leaders. Leaders who will put others first, their organizations first, principle first, before their own interests. And yet, though that iniquitous system that persecuted, humiliated, and degraded him has been consigned to history, our country still yearns for people like Arnold Stofile. Now, at this moment, we need people who exhibited and who will exhibit the type of courage that Comrade Stoff exhibited. We need people who understand, as he did, that politics must be about putting the country first, the people first, and other parochial and self-interest last. We need people who will stand up for what is right. We need people who will stand up and uphold the values of our movement, like what Comrade Arnold Stofile did throughout his life. We need people who will not only ask difficult questions of ourselves and of our movement, of our leaders, but people who are prepared to do the demanding and exacting work required to truly transform our society. Reverend Stofile was a person of outstanding integrity who lived his life based on the values of the African National Congress. He'd had an essential honesty rooted in his profound respect for the rights, the dignity, and the humanity of others. As we have all heard, he was a humble, unassuming person, not given to affectation. Now, at this moment, perhaps more than ever, we need people of high integrity like Reverend Stofile. Like him, we need people who reject the notion that politics is about the promotion of one's own narrow self-interest. We need people who will not succumb to the temptations of public office, who will not take for themselves what rightly belongs to the masses. In a society that prizes status and wealth, we need people who, like Comrade Stoff, regard the lowliest amongst us, ordinary people amongst us, as the most significant and as the most valued of our people. He believed that politics should fundamentally be about morality, about truth, uprightness, honesty, compassion for the poor and for those who suffer. That is how Comrade Stoff lived his life. And in many ways, that is the bequest that we get from a life well lived, like that of Comrade Stoff. Above all, one of the most defining and outstanding attributes of Comrade Stoff is that he was a disciplined cadre of our movement. He was a strong believer in the power of a popular mandate and the profound responsibilities that derive from that mandate. He knew that leaders must earn the trust and confidence of the people by articulating a coherent moral vision that is compelling, that describes and exemplifies a national democratic society, and that reflects the values that are enshrined in our Constitution. He paid great attention to the detail of running an organization. Many people who know him said he was one of the most outstanding administrators. He believed that his movement, the African National Congress, was a movement that derived its strength from its branches and from its membership. And that is why he wanted to see the African National Congress as a well-run movement. He understood discipline, not merely as a matter of rules and regulations, but as the product of a deliberate decision to dedicate oneself to the struggle of our people. For him, discipline was as much about attending meetings, undertaking tasks, and respecting time as it was about working hard and placing the interests of the people above one's interests. If we are to be honest leaders that Comrade Stoff urged us to be, we cannot lay him to rest without acknowledging the anguish that he felt at the state of our movement and of our national democratic revolution. He has taken time today, as he has spoken through a number of people who spoke here, but more specifically, as he has spoken through Comrade Hintsa Siwisa, as well as Comrade Sipho Pijana, thus sending a message through the Secretary General of the ANC to the leadership of the ANC. In the weeks before his passing, he expressed a concern that the ANC may lose Nelson Mandela Bay and other key centers. His concern was almost prophetic. As the results of the local government elections came in, his fears were indeed confirmed. We must recognize, as he did, that unless the African National Congress acts with urgency and determination to correct the flaws that run through the organization, to address our weaknesses, we place many of the gains of our democratic revolution at risk. It is at moments like this, as we confront new and difficult challenges, that we need people like Comrade Arnold Stofile, who speak directly, who speak truth, and who don't mince their words. And today, Comrade Stoff has spoken to us. There are a number of us here who are leaders of the ANC, and we have listened. Comrade Hinza, Comrade Sipo, we have heard. The ANC, having issued its statement after the NEC meeting, said that it takes, the leadership, that is, the NEC takes responsibility, collective responsibility for what has happened. We are currently in reflective mode. We are listening, we are reflecting, and we are considering. And I guess we can say we perhaps needed to go beyond saying we take collective responsibility and actually say we take individual and personal responsibility as the leaders of the ANC. Speaking for myself, as the Deputy President of the ANC, I'm prepared to say I do take personal and individual responsibility. This is a moment for us not only to feel the pulse of our movement, but to listen to what our members are saying. Today, we have heard you. As the chairperson of our Provincial Executive Committee, Comrade Pumlo, said here, we are humbled and honored that many of the people who are here are members of the African National Congress. And we know you are proud members of the ANC. But amongst us, there are also non-members. We therefore need, having heard all this, we therefore need to take the messages that Comrade Stoff himself has transmitted, the messages that have been transmitted by the comrades who spoke, including the family. We need to take those messages to the structures of our movement. We will be discussing all the issues that have been articulated. And may I add, we are in a process of going throughout the country, listening to our members. We will be listening, and we will be listening very, very closely and intently. A number of propositions have been put on the table. The Secretary General spoke to those at the press conference, and all of them are pointing to the leadership of the African National Congress. And we will take heed and we will address all those issues. Right now, we need an ANC membership that will rise above factionalism, that will rise above petty jealousies that continues to afflict our movement. We need to work tirelessly to achieve unity in our movement. It is at moments like this that we will need to hear in a very straightforward manner the views that are being articulated by some of the comrades. As the comrades speak truth to us, to leadership, we will take care not to dismiss them as counter-revolutionaries. We will take care not to say that they are pursuing an agenda that comes from outside the country. We will make sure that we do listen, because they say what they are saying because they love their organization. They are not the enemy. It is at moments like this that we need cadres who have the strength of character and of clarity of purpose to overcome the obstacles that currently face our movement. Comrades who will be able to come up with ideas and thoughts that will advance the struggle for the fundamental transformation of our society. A society that will do everything in its power to rid our beloved country of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And today, comrades and compatriots, we are here in numbers to witness the last smile of a brave freedom fighter. We will always remember him as a selfless public servant, a committed academic, a devout spiritual leader, and a dedicated father. He was an outstanding government leader. One of the things that he was concerned about was what he perceived as the continuous battles that happen in government, where one wing of government seems to talk against another wing of government, where another wing of government seems to act against another one. And right now, we're facing more or less a similar situation, where the Minister of Finance is today almost facing what could be arrest. It's something that should concern us. It should concern us because when a government works well, it should be a government that does not wage war against itself. And I would like, standing here, to pledge my total confidence in the Minister of Finance, in the way that he's been doing his work. I am glad that the President issued a statement earlier and said that he has confidence in our Minister of Finance. I echo the same confidence in our Minister of Finance and say that whatever various agencies of government have to do, we should do it in a way that does not destabilize government, that does not destabilize our economy, that does not demonstrate to our people that we are a government that is at war with itself. This is the type of concern that Comrade Arnold Stofile would have expressed. And indeed, when he was the ambassador of our country in Germany, he had occasion to talk to me on the telephone and expressed his concern about these types of things and said, Deputy President, let us make sure that when our government works, it works as a united unit. It works as a unit that inspires confidence in the minds of our people and to the international community as well. I want to speak about something else that Comrade Stoff led us in. Comrade Stoff was deeply committed to non-racialism. He worked tirelessly to bring together South Africans of all races into a common effort to build a new united nation. He did this as a religious leader. He did this as a sport administrator. And this is a legacy that we should inherit from him, that we should continue with our project of non-racialism. We should continue with his project, the project of uniting all our people. He also firmly believed in gender equality and in the advancement of women in all spheres of national life. Many women, particularly in this region, remember how Comrade Stoff encouraged a number of women leaders to take up leadership positions when it was rare to do so. Comrade Stoff had this great ability of not only encouraging people to come into their own, into leadership positions, but also he had the great ability of nurturing young leaders, but more especially women leaders. His sense of humor has been spoken about. Many of us who knew him well knew that he had a wicked sense of humor, and his sense of humor was legendary and infectious. Who can forget his mischievous chuckle and his belly-deep laugh and his love for life? This is the nature of the person that we are bidding farewell to today. His was a life full of purpose and inspiration, and filled with an unrelenting quest to improve the human condition. And as we struggle to come to terms with our grief and our loss, we are comforted by the profound impact that his life has had on many of us. We are comforted also by the knowledge that his legacy will endure and that his memory will continue to inspire hope and courage and determination to many who will seek to follow in his footsteps. As South Africans, we are fortunate to have been blessed with the presence in our midst of a patriot of the caliber of Reverend Stofile. And on behalf of the government and the people of South Africa, I convey to the Stofile family, as well as friends, our deepest condolences on this profound loss. May you find comfort and strength as we seek to do in the fact that Comrade Stoff lived his life to the fullest and served his people with courage and distinction. Reverend Stofile has now joined the illustrious legend of many departed stalwarts and legends from this province and from throughout our country. Legends and stalwarts who served their country with commitment, passion, and selflessness. Comrade Stoff, your struggle, our struggle, the people's struggle will continue, for we have to deliver on the dream of our founding fathers and mothers, of our glorious movement that South Africa should indeed become a truly non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous country for all. Many of us present here, Comrade Stoff, are proud and honored that we fought side by side with you for the freedoms that are set out in the Freedom Charter. You have handed us your baton. We shall continue to fight for those freedoms that are set out in the Freedom Charter until they are realized. May your soul rest in peace eternally. Hamba kahle, Mkhonto wesizwe. I thank you.
Kani phinde uthethe kamandi uDeputy President apha. Sibe sithi ke ngokwamasabe kwelangeni. Umphokoqo unexhala. Bantu bakokwethu ngembeko kazi enkulu. Ndivumeleni ndicele uNdlunkulu uMasobhuza Sicawu azokusibulela kuwe Ndlunkulu.
Yes.
Now umthethela. Okay. Amaya. Masesinikela kwabathunywe nguNdlunkulu baza kwenza lo msebenzi uNdlunkulu bezawenza. Enkosi.
Enkosi Program Director, ngemvume yakho ndicela ngokuzithoba okukhulu nangenxa yexesha ndicela into yoba ndingabi bacalula abantu bakaThixo, ndivele nje ndithi all protocol observed. Ngokucacileyo bantu bakuthi xa kuthiwe Queen Regent Masobhuza Sicawu, once ujonge lo muntu uthethayo uvele uqonde nje uba ayinguye owa, ngomnye umntu owa. Kunjalo ke nyhani andinguye. Yena ngenxa yemeko ezingaphaya akakwazi ukuza kule ndawo, wacela ke thina eligqiza ukuba sizawuma endaweni yakhe. Otherwise engumntu okhoyo apha phakathi kwethu, qha ngenxa yemeko ezithile akakwazi ukuza ngaphambili. Mandigqithe ke apho ndize kwindawo ethi okwethu apha ayonto inde kakhulu, ngumbulelo. Kodwa ke umbulelo kwinginginya engaka uyafuna into uba umuntu angabi mnye. Kodwa ke ningoyiki, sawuhlulelana njengale mizuzu emihlanu kuba kudala nihleli kule ndawo. Mandicacise ke le ndawo okanye ndiqale apha ndithi ukumkanikazi kunye namampondo onke uyalibulela ikhaya lakwaTata Stofile ngokuba libone kufanelekile into yoba umbulelo kaBrastof womsebenzi wakhe babone kufanelekile into yoba mabathinte amampondo ngoba kaloku ulimpondo elililele kule ndawo.
Siyayivuyela kakhulu ke lento ngoba naye siqiniseke lapha khoyo uFaku unyawo zakadakhe uziqelekazi uhlamba ngobele ungingila umantwanansi umathobe endlovu apha khoyo uncumile ngoba kaloku emveni kokuba zithethiwe zonke ezinto bezithethwa apha abanye bawuthi nqa kwathiwa nguThahle nguFaku sabe sibazoFaku bengaphaya emampondweni limpondo lithene lize apha akayilibalanga ke yena lonto uBrastof intoba njengoba enguthahle ulimpondo phaya eQawukeni waziwa nanguthathatha pha ngoba ubesoloko epha nosisinambitha lo behamba phaya eQawukeni belungisa imicimbi le micimbi beyilungisa apha elizweni ubeyiqala ekhaya apho azalwa khona njengempondo ezinto bezithethwa apha ngendeva ezinye isithethe sithetha ngento ubebethanda izinto ezidliwayo zesintu inyani lonto kunjalo nje ebathanda abantu lo muntu yiyo ke lento ndifuna ucacisela abantu abazawuthi mhlawumbi abantu bavele emampondweni bangena phi kule ndawo hayi singena kakhulu ngenxa yakhe lo amarhewu ubefika sela amarhewu pha athi uba uyahlonitshwa ngedrink athi ayayayi ondiyeke ngedrink ndikhanuka amarhewu la atsho asela amarhewu nenyama emveni kwenyama kuba ke sayidla inyama ngaphaya kunjalo nje ke abantu ndiyabazi asidlebiweyo sidlefuyiweyo sithi ngala mazwi mzi wasekhaya siyanibulela ubukho benu kule ndawo nishinto zenu kungolwesine evekini abanye bashiya imisebenzi yabo beqeshile bazawutsho kule ndawo ukuzawusisitha umhlana sengamanyawuza inqabile intoba umntu athi ngemini yokubekwa kwakhe akwazi ukudibanisa intlobo ngentlobo zabantu people from almost all walks of life disitsho nje ikumkani nenkosi zilapha isports abantu besport balapha abantu benkonzo balapha iacademics zilapha ipoliticians kunjalo nje ukusuka kumaqela onke zikhona apha people from i-community abantu bokuhlala balapha kule ndawo kuba ebebakhathalela abantu abatsha youth elderly people bakhona kule ndawo ngokwazi imisebenzi kaBrastof ngala mazwi ke yiyo lento sithi siswela amazwi amaninzi okanye imilomo emininzi yokunibulela bantu bakuthi ngoba kuyacaca intoba utata uStofile beningamthandi nje kuba ebephila okanye ngela xesha besaphila ekwazi ukunenzela izinto nimthande nangeli xesha sele engasekho kunjalo nje nisazi intoba njengoba engekho nje akukho nto nizaba sayizuza kwe kodwa nazidina nalapha inkonzo iclergy namalungu ayo onke siyanibulela abantu bakuthi ngokuthi nimkhaphe ngolu hlobo ugxa wenu thina silikhaya ezinye izinto enyanisweni asizazi zaziwa ngabantu bezandawo ebesebenza kuzo sizifumene ke namhlanje uba uBrastof ebengumuntu othandwa kakhulu nguye wonke umuntu. Ngalamazwi ke siyanibulela kakhulu dize ku-program director okanye o-program directors ebezelapha sisiqhubele kakuhle inkqubo ngolu hlobo besithanda into yoba iqhutywe ngalo. Sisinambitha Mathahle Sive nomama uMambamba nize ningayiyeki into ebithandwa nebisenziwa uBrastoff iyokuzazi into yoba akaphelelanga apha ungowa semampondweni. Siyathemba ke into yoba mama Sisinambitha abantwana yabafaka endleleni bawuqonda umcimbi kuba kaloku ibalulekile into yokuzazi ingcambu zakho abusuka khona. Ndingabanga bamdeke program director ndizawunika nje athi gqaba olandelayo njengoba benditshilo. Enkosi kakhulu.
Thank you so much, Faku. The 4th of January 2014, uBrastoff wasindwendwele phaa eQawukeni. Samnika tasks ezi-2. One of the tasks was that kufuneka ibe nguye okhulula uNdlunkulu kwizila lakhe. Uhamba ke engekayenzi loo nto. Sesona sizathu ke esibangela uba uNdlunkulu abe akakunakuma ngokwakhe athethe apha. Ndithi mandicacise loo ndawo. Kwesibini, wathi kwingxakana esinayo phaa wathi ufuna idossier esimasithwelele yona, and that dossier was about 600 pages. Ndamnikeza on a Friday, and on Sunday he phones me. Ndigqibile lamqulu bundithume wona and andivumelani nezi ndawo, ndiyavumelana nezi. And that was Brastoff. He was a reader. Siyabulela ke ngoko Deputy President nomkhulu wa former president into kokuba uThahle nimthi accord a special official funeral. Thank you so much. Apha ke uSinambe undinikezile exactly bamandihambe njani. Special word of gratitude to all the people who visited Brastoff in hospital, both East London and Cape Town. Brastoff was about 72, yet his connection nomdali wakhe ibingathi ngumntwana 92. Uthe akuqonda ngosele Kapa wathi ufuna ugoduka. Sathi hayi uyabuya ngoLwesibini, but he insisted on coming back the previous Sunday. ODM Kabisi, they organized, and indeed, ke lunch walendisha eBulembu wazolala kwakhe. On Monday, at about 11 o'clock, he passes on. Umtu oligala ke is very rare uba sifumane lonto, which demonstrates into yokokuba uThahle had a direct connection nomdali wakhe. Thank you for that, Tahle. Kuthiwe ke amongst others, ndibulele uReverend Zola Dunywa, Reverend Loni, Butchezi Mafanya, ndikwazi ke program director apha Cebisi and Matsepo Jonas, Monwabisi and Norma Yako, and others from both sides of the family. My family, especially my dear brother Uhinza, Lube Teta Apa, esithi wasinceda, kodwa ke dla ngamandla saninceda, mamtolo ngephukuza pha kokwenu. And my dear sisters, Ubudi Nonosipho, the Manchester sisters, Tutu Nombulo Lenkoluswa, and Kanyisa Balfo. My friends who were always with me, Namko, Mabonza Hlubi, Nkuli, and Sipo Pichana. Let's see, Jobas Kibisa Malonga, Jayon, Kibisa Lamachel. All the people who sent me messages of condolences and who supported me throughout this difficult time, especially Skatim Potulo, Nostesi, Unsuyiki and Mkululi Pagade, Bongani Bindwan, the Mzamane family, Ukoko, Makoza and Sistandi, Mafanya. Pam, I suppose no Pam Daga. No Naba and Baba Lamos. Philip Garu Teta Apostofil and your family. Songezo, Tulumano, Tembelani, and Sisnoli. Your support was phenomenal. And to the doctors, especially Dr. Khenene and Dr. Kolkwana, we say thank you so much. To the speakers, shortly in 1990, ndimenywa ngomnye umfo athi masiyorhatyuliswa. But singarhatyuliswa, elokwa speaker sivelayo sithi mna ezami politics. Ndazifundela elibhaqweni. Iphinde ivela ke chapit ezami politics. Ndazifundela eRobben Island, ibe yile contestation uba mna ndizifundele phi. Xa siphuma apha uthi lo mfube ndimemile, yo ndicela uxolo. Cela uxolo Mpondo. Bendingazi into kokuba kulo mbutho abantu abanengqondo banqabe kangaka. Needless to say, lo mbutho usekhona mdala, kodwa hey, uyasokola man. Izithethi ebezithetha apha zikhethiwe likhaya, zisihluthisile silikhaya, zasinika ukudla okunempilo. Sazibulela. Provincial government sibewu, traffic department, ne-logistics zayo kube lula kwausuka eqonce kuza apha. Nawe Vice Chancellor kwa Monday bus organizele ivenue pha east London, nalamhla oku sikule venue kaThahle. Dr. Stofile kukho into ethi okanye intetho ethi after sunset in the evening, it is only then that you begin to reflect how beautiful the day has been. Thank you, Tashle. We have had beautiful days with you. We shall pick up where you left and continue with your teachings. Thank you so much. Othi lo mfo adigqibezela. Kuni nonke nilapha. Stofile family, family kaThahle kaNdayeni, family kaGqalekazi. Sithi, our love for you is overflowing. Enkosi kakhulu.
Enkosi Faku ngoku sibulela. Phambi koba sinikele kumkhosi wezwela kokwethu kukuya nonsense ezimbini ekuthiwa masizenze. Eyokuqala, umfundisi wathatha isigqibo ngaye phambi koba abe lapha ukuba akazuswa amadlakeni uzawucrematewa. Loo nto kuya kwenziwa yifamily ngomso. Ungathi nizawuya emadlakeni nibuye nizokuhlamba izandla, uyasozihlamba phambili izandla. So eyokuqala ke leyo into. Ngoku nabantu be-TV bafuna usiqhawula kanti bafuna uba i-procession le bayividiyorishe nayo. Kuthiwa ke apha, the family and the deputy president are requested to follow the military procession out as we go out of the sports complex. Lunch for the family and family guests will be served at the residence. Lunch for other mourners who are inside the sports complex will be served at the marquee adjacent to the sports complex, lapha ngaphandle. For mourners at the overflow area, lunch will be served there, overflow area, phaya ke baleni lebola. The procession will depart as follows. 1, the cortege, then the family, then the deputy president and former president.
Well, that's the funeral of the late Makhenkesi Stofile. It's now being wrapped up after the very hectic speeches that we have heard from family members paying tribute to the late Stofile. We've heard from the daughters who actually spoke about how their father helped them with family values. We've heard from other members of the family how Brastoff was the pillar of their home, even with his hectic schedule of politics, but still he had time for his family. We heard about Brastoff, who was very central in the struggle for liberation of this country. We heard about Stofile, who was at the center of the transformation of sport in the country, who was at the center of fighting for non-racial sport. We heard about Stofile, who was very much worried about the state of the African National Congress, the organization that he joined in 1963. We heard about Stofile, who was concerned about the members of the ANC who seemed to be too loyal without questioning sometimes. We heard about Stofile, who was worried that the ANC seems to be a free-for-all today. We heard about Stofile, who was very much in love with this country. And we're now going to get into the third part of this service, which is the military part. And now, as we're going to see the military taking over in terms of now, giving the real state funeral to the late Brastoff. I have with me here Warrant Officer Raj Narain, right, is here with me. He's going to explain to us in terms of what are we likely to see now as this third part of this service is about to take place. Now we see that the coffin is being unwrapped with the national flag. Sir, can you explain to us as to the significance of this?
Yes, thank you very much. You'll notice that when we brought the casket in this morning, we had draped it with the national flag, and then we have placed it for the duration of the service. Under normal circumstances, a Category 1 official state funeral, we involve also the guns, and we have then a escort. Due to the late minister being cremated, we have now done a shortened version of our ceremonial aspects. So basically what's going to happen, we will now move from the stage
To the rear of the hall, we will do our ceremonial activities. In other words, we will go out, we will undrape the coffin, we will hand over the storm flag to our principal, who will hand it over to the Deputy President for the family. And thereafter, we will then do our last compliments to the late minister, and then that's the end of it. We'll then load that thing into the casket into the hearse, and the hearse then departs. And that will conclude the military participation.
Now, where does the flag go? After they have unwrapped that coffin there?
That flag remains with us, the big one. The smaller one you see on top of the casket is what we refer to as a storm flag. And that flag is handed over as a symbol of a token to the family, which they keep for themselves. Yes.
And then the big flag goes to the Deputy President?
No, the big flag remains with us because we are the custodians. It remains as part of the military. So the big flag goes back to the office from where it came from. We do not give the flag to anyone.
All right, that's the explanation of what is expected to happen now as we wait for the announcements that are being made by the military. This is their turn now to really give effect to what has been termed as the official funeral for the late Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile.
Yes. What's going to happen, the chaplain, after he's done his small service, he will then introduce the pallbearers and the bearers. They will take up the position on either side of the casket. And then once we are all ready, we will then slow march out of the hall to the rear of the hall where we have a demarcated space. And that's where we'll pay the final compliments to the late minister.
Okay. That will take which form? How is that going to happen?
Outside, if you go, you will notice we will have a group of 18 men we call a leading detachments. They pay the final compliments. The rest of the members will be around the ceremony where it's going to take place. And basically what we will do, we'll unwrap remove the national flag. We pay our compliments. The pallbearers come in. The chaplain then does the last rites. And then we can complete with a general salute, a reveille, and the last post, being sounded by 2 buglers.
Okay. All right, let's now listen the chaplain at the podium.
Brigadier General Siwisa, Brigadier General Mputa, bearers, Master Warrant Officer Klokoto, Master Warrant Officer Mbana, Master Warrant Officer Likoko, Master Warrant Officer Khulane, Master Warrant Officer Tsotetsi, Master Warrant Officer Viga, Master Warrant Officer Fakude, Master Warrant Officer Ntemeza, Warrant Officer in charge of the barriers, Chief Warrant Officer Biela. Take post.
Tommy, I can cue Tommy for the commentary now.
Okay.
All right. Well, right now the coffin is on its way out, but because the body will be cremated, the program will be a bit shorter. But once they move right out with the military coming forward towards the door, they will then, hand over the flag to the family and thereafter continue. But because the body will be cremated, the procession will be cut a bit shorter. So that's the process that we're waiting for right now. Everyone is standing in due respect for a very legendary, heroic man who has had a beautiful program where a lot have, given their last messages. And of course, inkonzo yokugqibela lena katata esibonayo kodwa ke okwangoku iqhuba kakuhle.
Ngomzuzu wokugqibela ukhapha umfundisi uMakhenkesi Stofile. Wonke umuntu olapha ume ngenyawo ukunikeza imbeko yokugqibela kweli qala lomzabalazo inkokheli yoluntu. Ukhatshwa ke ngamajoni omkhosi elilizwe ukumnika imbeko. Bephuma naye kancinci nanjengoko sisazi okokuba akusawiwa emadlakeni umzimba kamfundisi uStofile ukusuka kwawo apha uzayokutshiswa ngokomyelo wakhe. Ithi ke loo nto lenkonzo iza kuphela xa uthe waphuma kweli holo lomzimba. The late Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile. The pallbearers there obviously being the members of the National Defence Force, with this being, of course, the official funeral that he has been awarded by the President of our Republic, Jacob Zuma. You'd remember that Reverend Stofile has played so many roles as part of our government, has been the Premier of the Eastern Cape, he's been to the National Parliament, he's been a member of the Cabinet, he's been also an ambassador for this country in Germany. Those are important roles that today have been recognized by so many mourners that have come to bid their farewell to him. It's been a very emotional day for the family, friends, and comrades. As we have heard earlier on, when the coffin completely gets out of this auditorium, the members of the National Defence Force will perform their own rituals, if we may use that word. They will do their own exercises, including the removal of the national flag from the coffin, and they will keep the big flag, and the small flag just on top of the coffin will then be handed to the family. After that, they will sound the last post, which is a sign of respect given by the military. And the hearse and the body of Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile will then be handed back to the family so as to give them the opportunity to cremate that body as per the wishes of the late Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile. As you can see, the mourners are now leaving the auditorium. Having been here since, some of them about 8 o'clock this morning, it's been a marathon funeral service. It was scheduled to have ended at 12 o'clock, but the funeral service took another form altogether when it became very clear that because of who Stofile was as the member of the ANC, the funeral took another form, and it became a platform for reflections by the members of the ANC to look at the state of the organization today, the challenges that it is facing, especially the poor performance that it has shown from the recent local government elections. If there's more thing to take away from this funeral, it really is the fact that the members of the ANC are very worried and angry about the state the organization is in. It is likely that perhaps from this moment, the process of engagement and the process of introspection is going to gain momentum. Speaker after speaker had to acknowledge those challenges that are facing the ANC. They had to acknowledge that a lot needs to be done. And it starts with admitting that some of the challenges the organization is facing are self-inflicted. And the ANC has itself to blame, not the media, not NGOs, not Western forces, but it has to look at itself. Perhaps this funeral service will be remembered for that it had to be a platform for the members of the ANC to reflect and give this process of self-introspection another boost. The military personnel is now unwrapping the coffin. The national flag will be folded away. We now know that it will be kept by the military because they are in fact the custodians of our national flag. It's a process that is being done with military precision, as we know the military to be. Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile. His coffin is now into the hearse. It's going to go back to the family. And then from there, they will then begin the process of cremating his body. It's not clear when will that be.
Ball bearers, quick march. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Ball bearers, hold. Ball bearers, it was 10. Ball bearers,
Well, with the coffin now ready to be taken to the family because the funeral service now has been concluded, I am privileged now to be joined here by the Secretary General of the African National Congress, who's been part of this service throughout since this morning. Nopala, as we welcome you, what are you taking away from this service?
I make an assumption that people who spoke here, very critical of the ANC and the leadership, are expressing the views of Prastov. And therefore, my duty is to take that message, convey to the broader organization and the broader leadership of the ANC without diluting it. That's my responsibility. Quite critical. Many of the things they said, we can't dispute them. Many of them is for us to accept and take responsibility. I think the Deputy President did accept responsibility on behalf of all of us.
Were you shocked? Were you surprised? Were you hearing this for the first time from the members of the ANC?
No, I was not shocked. That's why I stayed on, listened very carefully. But what is important here is that you get people who have the analytical capabilities, giving context of all the things, because when you're Secretary General of the ANC, you get these messages through SMSs, others phone you, others just insult you and say nothing much. But today there was the benefit was you had people who were explaining where does many of the issues that are raised come from, and I think we must accept them.
But do you accept, Nopala, that really the members of the ANC are angry, and if at all are angry at the leadership of the ANC?
Yes, the leadership must take responsibility.
Not a collective, but a personal and individual responsibility.
Collective is important because we're elected, all of us there, and we have a responsibility in that collective to do the right things. So you must take individual and collective responsibility. But at the same time, urge ANC members to do the right things, because many of the things that caused that revolts actually happen in the branches. When people fight as if there's no tomorrow, you must know that you are destroying the organization. But we must deal with all those issues. Leadership must be held to account.
Nopala, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, that is the Secretary General of the African National Congress, Mr. Gwede Mantashe, reflecting on some of the messages that came here, because really, if there's anything, this funeral became the battleground for the ANC to reflect, and it was done at a very public level, and we could see that now there's some agitation that is coming through from the members of the ANC, really unhappy about the organization, and they need action to be taken. All right, my colleague Iviwe is on the other side. Iviwe?
Tammy, definitely, you've said it all. You know, today's program was honestly a reflection of what Utata Makhenkesi was all about: honesty, being robust, being a leader, asking difficult questions, and sending over difficult messages as well. From behind me, you can see people, you know, have already made their way out of the hall where we are. This procession has indeed come to an end. It's been a very, very interesting, and it was a beautiful, beautiful last program for Utata. And I think, you know, from our side, Tam, it's been a long morning, but it's definitely been worth it. It's definitely been worth it, Tammy. But I think from our side here, down on the ground, I think it's a wrap. But Tammy, on your side?
Well, thank you very much, Iviwe. It's been a great day. It's been a very sad day. Mixed emotions that came through from this funeral. From all of us here, from the entire team of the SABC News that brought you this funeral, all of us, we say thank you very much for watching, and it's a goodbye. It's back to Johannesburg.
You are watching live visuals from the Forte University, and of course our colleagues there on the scene were Iviwe Port as well as Tammy Dixon, and they have been giving us live coverage of the late Reverend Makhenkesi Stofile. And of course he did request for his remains to be cremated, and we've just given you the official coverage of the funeral since early this morning. We're going to take a quick ad break. We'll be back with more news here on SABC News. Do stay with us.
Do you need a funeral policy?
Joy is found in the little things. Ke ho phedisa, ho fepa le ho hodisa.
Ukuba ibone ukuvela kwethuba lalokho okungenzeka.
In being there when one journey ends and another begins.
Een idee van die klein dingetjies wat kosbare herinneringe word.
Life is the gift of growing new memories each day.
So that our loved ones can preserve them after we are no longer here.
Life is a gift to us.
Since 1918, AFBOB has comforted and supported South African families in their time of need.
Protecting their loved ones' memories with respect and dignity.
Plus,